Testing, 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 testing. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. Forgive our debtors as we forgive our debts. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive our trespassors. Forgive our trespassers as we forgive our trespasses. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. Thank you, God, for this day. Thank you, God, for our lives. Thank you, God, for all the blessings, miracles, and gifts of today. Thank you, God, for your love and grace and kindness. Thank you, God, for all you do for us. Thank you, God, for sharing your messages and your love and your kindness and support with us today. Thank you, God, for peace. Thank you, God, for returning our daughter back to us immediately. Thank you, God, for reuniting all families. And thank you, God, for restoring the home and the family to perfect divine order. And so it is, and so it is, and so it is. Thank you.
Namaste. It gives me great joy to lead you through Soul Sync for Peace. From today, you are beginning your contribution to world peace by doing Soul Sync and by nurturing peace consciousness within yourself. This will be your strength. This will be your contribution to end inner violence and to contribute to world peace. It will be your magic potion to heal your heart of all its wounds and a wellspring of blessing and grace to manifest synchronicities that would pave way for a peaceful and a beautiful life. Soul Sync has freed scores of individuals of their inner judgments and inner prejudice against each other. It has opened their hearts to great connection and compassion. Are you all ready to do the Soul Sync with me? Please be seated with your eyes closed, your spine erect, and your body still. We will move into the first stage of the Soul Sync. Take 8 conscious breaths. Use your thumb and your fingers to keep count. Move to the second stage. Inhale slowly Exhale, make a humming sound. Do it for 8 more counts. Take 8 conscious breaths. Bring awareness to the natural pause that occurs between every inhalation and exhalation. For the next 8 cycles of breath, chant Aham on your exhalation. Do this for 8 conscious breaths. Allow the tips of your index finger and the thumbs touch each other. Rest your hands upon your thighs. See and feel everything around you. All forms See it dissolve into light. Feel yourself expand into limitless consciousness. In this beautiful state, hold a heartfelt intention for peace. Peace within you and peace in the world around you. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. May you become peaceful within. May your loved ones become peaceful. May the world around you become peaceful. Whenever you feel ready, you may slowly open your eyes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so this is my screen share. This is my picture-in-picture scene. Mm-hmm. All right. Oh. So, in the last 96 hours, I think from Livestream 69 until now, we did quite a few things. I think we did quite a few things from Livestream 69 until now. Or it's sometime in the 60s for sure. Even before then, I was just planning out. I was thinking about this last night. You know, this was a real process because it was not only just like the contrast of life, then the idea came, then the research came. So everything happened in phases. And just like we see here, if you look at the titles of these live streams, everything has its purpose. There's a reasoning. Thank God for this tea. What's this tea for? That's good, thank you. There's a reasoning behind all of it. And there is a reasoning behind all of this. So, everything happened in phases. The first phase was the idea for it, right? So what came as a result of it was daughter was taken away. I was having PTSD-like symptoms, couldn't sleep, and her voice was telling me, do EFT, start doing EFT. Which, that's exactly what I'm going to do right now. The inner voice was telling me, do EFT. Okay, fine. Then, I received the guidance. To research equipment, to show my work. Actually, that was the main thing. I gotta get back to the trading. I gotta get back to trading, and I gotta do something to help myself get back into trading. So what I figured was the best way to do this was to live stream and to show my work. So literally just show up and show my work and show my day. Show how I start each and every day, show how I do everything, because this is something my kids can see in the future and see, hey, like, this is what it takes. This is what if you want to have success, this is, if I make it, then this is what you show, Just like Gary Vaynerchuk, he was saying, show your, document, don't create. So this is what I'm doing. Documenting, not creating. All right, let's look through some of these scenes here. Make sure that the camera is good, because yesterday I had the image set to 4K 60 on the Elgato 4K cam, and that didn't go so well. Okay, so there's a couple of these here that they kind of need adjustment. But that's okay. We've got these first for. And you know what? Let's ask ourselves here what we really need. It's not even important right now. You see, and this is another thing too that I'm going to be tapping on. These incoherent thoughts. So this process today, deep work, we got to plan out this next 4-week cycle. That is paramount. There's no exceptions around this. We have to do it. I have to do it. I choose to do it. I am choosing. I want to do it. I want to make it happen, you know? I want to make it happen. And in order for me to make that happen, what must I do? I must do the deep work. I must get back to having the system all set up and organized. That's for me at this stage now, it's non-negotiable. Non-negotiable now at this stage. So here is where I am in this process. And like I can see how it's a lead up, it's a ramp up to scaling. And as I mentioned before, the purpose of this personal brand now, it has to be able to serve my mental and emotional health and emotional regulation and all that stuff, help me show my work. I like to also have some fun too, and create stories. So that's been in my head. And I'm just going to put it all together. You know, I'm just going to put this all together and put it out there. This is going to be my personal brand. This is going to be what I stand for. And yesterday I was asking ChatGPT what it means to broadcast, what it means to own a media company that broadcasts or a broadcast studio. And what I'm broadcasting, what I'm choosing to broadcast out into the world, the message to broadcast is to send out a signal, is to send out like a message, right? You're broadcasting that, a broadcast. So what I'm choosing to broadcast and what the purpose of this broadcast studio is going to be broadcasting the frequency and the signal and the message of love and healing. In 2018, I took ayahuasca, and Mother Ayahuasca said to me, I want you, she said, my son, you are my son is a king, and I want you to share a message of love and healing. I want you to share a message of love and healing. I have never, ever heard that one before. But that stuck with me since 2018. And I've been learning to open my heart more. I've been learning to breathe more, have more patience, and be much slower to anger. That's for sure. But I have been trying my best to do. I have been trying my best. Sometimes there is some fuckery. Sometimes there is some stupidity where, my human says, what the fuck is wrong with you? Are you crazy? Are you stupid? Are you insane? Are you evil? However, I know that that's not going to serve me. That's not going to serve me. That's not going to serve what I'm doing. And that's not going to serve us moving forward. And moving forward, I really am choosing to broadcast a powerful frequency of love and generate that love out into the world, because I do believe that this is what the world needs at this stage. Love, sweet love. And that's the song that's been coming up into my head for a long, long time. Or not a long, long time. That's another lie. It's a song that's been coming into my head for the last 72 to 96 hours, I'd say. So I've gone through these phases. I went through the phase of going through this extreme pain and crying and screaming and being just so incredibly angry, to now hope, at least, thankfully, much calmer. And my heart goes out to all the parents, all the families, all the children that are separated as a result of governmental influence, political influence, religious influence, hell, maybe even spiritual influence. A large part of the reason why I am back on social media is because my daughter was taken away, because we said no to a non-life-saving surgery here in Austria. And it was very painful. We were told you can decline the surgery. You have the legal right to. But what they did not tell us is that if you do, we're going to call Child Protective Services on you, and we're going to succeed in taking your kid away. Why? Because this is a state-owned hospital. This is a state-owned system. This system here in Austria claims that it knows better than the parents. It knows best. It knows. It knows. So I asked myself, who are the privileged policymakers that get to decide this? Who say, I know what's best for your child. I know what's better. I know what's best for your child better than you. A privileged white man? A privileged white female? Who are you? Who the fuck are you? And either way, this is not to play a race thing. This is not to be a white thing or black thing, anything. No. But I do believe that, and I do believe that in today's world, we live with a massive amount of ego, even myself. And I think a lot of us believe that we have the right to give our opinions. We have the right to coerce. You know, if you look at geopolitics, which I don't, so I'm very ignorant with that, and I choose not to, because I don't even know what the truth is, right? It's all perception based. It's all based on someone's state of consciousness. But if you look at some of these things and everything that's going on, it goes to show me more and more that it is necessary to evolve consciousness at this time. And even before I found out about ACOM, that was what I was saying in these YouTube videos. My purpose is to raise your vibration and consciousness, is to raise humanity's vibration and consciousness. Well, I don't think I can do that. I think that's a very tall order. I think I can just change my consciousness, raise my vibration and consciousness. And should someone get inspired to do the same for themselves, then that's what it is. And I think that that's where I would go. That's the direction I would go in. And all I can do is just focus on myself, and ultimately just focus on showing up and being the change in the world that I wish to see. I think, as Mahatma Gandhi has said. So here's where I am. And in this initial phase that I was in, I was having issues sleeping. I was having issues thinking and focusing. And it was difficult. It was very, very difficult. I would do EFT tapping daily after a certain point, like after 4 to 6 weeks of feeling sorry for myself. I was like, okay, you know what? I can't do this forever. I cannot do this forever. I gotta move my ass now. Because I know that there are a lot of parents that, they're hurting, and some commit suicide. And that's exactly what Hema confirmed to me yesterday. She was reading something from an organization that basically reports on what happens with kids getting taken away by the state, by the government, for the most stupid reasons. I can't think of a better word. And it's destructive. It's destructive because some of these people, some parents, like, they don't have the financial resources. They don't even have like 500, euros saved. And that could have very well been us. In another reality, that could have very well been us. And as a result, it feels hopeless. You feel shame. You feel that guilt. You feel like, what's the point of my life? My kid is taken away and I'm never going to get my kid back. And then they kill themselves, And I just knew, like, I couldn't be in that state. I could not be in that place. And I can feel right now something happening here in my body where I feel that sadness. I feel that sadness and I feel that pain that these parents have gone through. And, the state will say, you see, that just proves our point that the parents are emotionally unstable. No, motherfucker. No, it's you creating these policies. For what purpose? Do you really, and that's the thing, like, maybe they believe they're right. Maybe they believe that they're doing something good here. And yet, is that really the case? I was researching books, and it was starting to get really scary, where these books that I was researching, they were basically saying that kids get taken away and they get legally trafficked, and they get sold basically into other families' homes. So it's like the state is making money by taking kids away. It's like another business. So how is this legal? How is this happening here in Austria? How is this happening in the United States? How is this happening in many parts of, in some parts of the world? I don't know, in many parts of the world, I don't know, maybe it's even worse. I don't know, what I do know, and what I have seen before, is that whenever, you have a lot of media attention showing you this, pay attention to what else is going on, because it's usually used to design itself to distract you, At least that's what I have come to see. And during this phase, it was like, oh, this is really dark. I can't be here anymore. I can't go through this anymore. I got to change this. I have to change this. Then the next phase was, okay, I'm doing the EFT tapping. And this was like October-ish. I'm doing EFT tapping again. I'm like, I felt like I got dazed from my routine, and it was constantly this hypervigilant state that I was in. And while I was doing some things, I wasn't doing all the things to take care of myself. And during that next phase with the EFT, I would be EFT tapping every day. I'd be trying to get myself to wake up again at early. For me, I would be fasting 3 days a week and waking up sometimes at, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, ready to eat something, break my fast, and then get to work. That's how I was doing it. Now I just think, okay, let me at least just wake up at 4 and just stick to intermittent fasting, one meal a day. So that's what I'm doing now. And that might be just, where I stay for a while. After that phase, it came to me, okay, start documenting this. So from October to November, I was tapping on my own. I was just trying to get back into the rhythm of things. And then in November, I started to upload. I said, okay, I had this idea to start a YouTube channel. Okay, let's go with the YouTube channel. Let's do it. So that was it. Then quickly from there, from November to December, it was like, okay, let's think this out. And I started receiving these ideas, call it universal intelligence, inner voice, divine guidance. I don't know. But then it was just like, okay, I have to do this. I have to show my work. I have to get back into this, into the trading, because we're not going to go anywhere like this. We are not getting anywhere like this. You know, how much you can't be taking out loans and you don't know for sure that you are going to pay it off. You can't make that guarantee. And the cryptocurrency markets are so volatile that you cannot justify taking out a $30,000 loan to do that. So I was battling that, and I was thinking to myself, what the fuck? Why would you do that? And now we have to pay that back now. And and this is the worst time. This is the worst time. Yeah, investing in $30,000 in the cryptocurrency markets is smart, long term, long game. However, it is not the best idea right now, considering that you yourself don't have a source of active income. You don't have even stable passive income. Be honest with yourself. All right? No, but you went on a hope and a prayer and all that shit. And that is not, and as you can see, like now there's all this stuff, there's all this chaos. And as I tap through it, I feel that overwhelm and that stress. And that was a phase that I was also, really struggling with. And then now to this phase with where we are now. Now this official phase here, and all of this is really, I just bunch it up into phase one, right? And I'm going to just treat it as every 100 days is a new phase, right? We're going to really mark the transition of one phase into another. So phase one is this. This is phase one. And in this phase, it's really about getting all the ideas and the logistics and the technical infrastructure set up. And that's where we have now, the cameras, the camera angle, the software, everything to make this broadcast studio run. Because during that period of time, during this time where my daughter was taken away, it was so painful to be here in Austria, not fluent in German. I hadn't built up a group of people that I can talk to. The only person was Hama. And my interest, I lost a severe amount of interest in learning German. I just started getting fed up with being here. I was only here for Hama, and I told Hama this many times, like, hey, look, I'm only here in Austria for you. Now that we have kids, I'm here in Austria for my family. But I want to move. I'm not happy here. I'm really, I want to be warmer at this stage of my life now. And I want to be more, I want to live a more balanced and meaningful life. And I want meaning in my life. I don't want to just look at candlestick charts for the rest of my life. I want to do something meaningful. And sure enough, lo and behold, here we are. Here we are, figuring this out, taking one step at a time, figuring out the technical infrastructure, getting the equipment, seeing how it all runs, making it run the best that we can. And it was quite an investment for me at this stage, considering that all the savings that I had were gone to legal fees. And that was supposed to go to trading. And even still, all the cash that I had here, I'd be damned if I were to go back to the trading and then same mistake happens where there's a fucking event in the outer world and then all the money that I had saved once again went right back into other people's pockets. No, It's staying with us. Fuck that. This is all staying with us. We are going to make sure that we finish what we started with lifepurpose.com. And this is where we are, you know. It's maybe it's coming full circle. I don't know. I can only hope so. I think maybe everything comes full circle, you know. But I know that I'm 37 years old. I only have but so much time. And I know that I need to do my part. And my part is this. This is what I can give to the world. This is my gift. And I'm going to do my part to do this with great love in my heart. And that's it. What's coming up for me today is sadness. What's coming up for me today is sadness, and I feel sad. I feel sad. I really do wish we can be out of here right now. I really do. This is just a very intense time. It's a very intense time for me. And I want to be out of here. But at the same time, I also know that I have to really do my best to be in a very peaceful state, in a beautiful state, because no matter where you go, that's where you are. And if I am still this person in the United States, nothing will change. Maybe there will be another situation. And we don't want that. I don't want that. I do not want that. So what can I do here? I have to change. I have to change. There is no other way. I hear my inner voice saying that's not it. Okay, well then, let's tap and let's go down that rabbit hole today. Subconscious mind, you tell me what is it that we need to tap on today? Your dream. Okay. I had this dream last night. Where I was hanging out with these girls. I think one of them was a girl from college. And I think they were interested in what I had to say or what I was saying. And then we were sitting at a restaurant or a table or something like this. And I thought we were inside. But then I looked up and I saw the sky, and I saw these very thick light sources. I saw these very thick light sources. And then the next thing I know, I saw oh fuck, what is it? The next thing I know, I saw them like flying. I saw these light sources flying super fast, and they were starting to zigzag around. And then I knew at that time it was a UFO, right? Or unidentified aerial phenomena. Unidentified aerial phenomena. UAP. Or whatever it's called. And I said, UFO, UFO. And then people were looking and they were like amazed. And then I saw one of the sources. I saw like a ship in the sky, but it looked more boxy. Let's see if I can actually pull that up here. So like, just imagine So like, just imagine for a second here. Okay, that's the marker, right? So I just imagine like you have these light sources here in the sky, right? And they all kind of got together. And the table was like right here. Let's make sure that yeah. Oh, yep. Table was right there. And then the next thing I knew, like this like boxy, I don't know how to even do that here. It was like this boxy, nope. Let's see. It looked like this, basically. Let's say it was like that. And then it had like this engine thing here. And then it just took in air. It took in air and then it used air as fuel somehow. That's basically the thing that I remember. It took in air, that air was fuel, and then it just went, whoosh, it went super fast. And I just, like, here was me, right? Here was me. And I was just saying, wow, UFO, UFO. And then I tried to say ET, but it didn't sound right. So then I just kept saying, UFO, UFO, UFO. I don't know. I don't know what the dream means. I don't know why my subconscious mind brought it up. I really don't know. But if I wanted to know and I wanted to get an analysis out of it, I would use ChatGPT, and I would have to start recording my day again, to record my dreams again, to figure out, okay, what could that have meant? What was the signal from my subconscious mind? And yeah, I don't know. I don't know why my subconscious is bringing it up, but I'm feeling sad. I wish Soraya was back with us already. I wish we had more financial resources to move, and I really wish that Hema didn't have to have the operation and we could have just left. Right now, I feel like I feel sad because I feel trapped. That's it. Not trapped with my family. Like I'm very much looking forward to being a father, and I really hope that I can do the best that I can do to be a father, be a loving and present father. That's my new purpose, I guess, and I'm looking forward to fulfilling that purpose. What I'm concerned about, what I feel trapped with, is the outer world. It's the outer world, and my relationship with the outer world, I don't think is so good. And I'm just going to be very honest about that. My relationship with the outer world does not feel good. I don't feel like I may be in right relation with anything outside of me. And the reason why I say that is because I find it incredibly difficult now to even keep conversations with people. There's a lot of things like with people where I get it. Like, we all have our own opinions. We all have our own things. And I'm not by any means a enlightened master where whatever comes out of my mouth is harmonious. I've said very discordant things myself. So I'm not free of that. I'm doing my part, though, to raise my vibration and consciousness, and I'm making a conscious decision to do so the best that I can. What I'm referring to is feeling this trapped energy of, I'm here in this country where they believe it's normal to set these policies and to just have people comply with it, not question it. And I think that's going to come to a head. I think it's going to come to a head at some point. Because from what I'm understanding is that there are quite a few people, quite a few families that they're getting separated, and it's in particular in the infancy stages. And parents that don't have the financial resources to support their kids and to hire lawyers, what's happening? They are getting, they're killing themselves, like they're committing suicide. And that gets me really sad. I feel trapped. And that's scary, you know? You get handed these papers. They come to your door, they hand you these papers, and then they say, we're going to take your kid because you said no to a non-life-saving surgery, because you gave your kids muffins when the teacher told you to stop doing that. Are you fucking crazy? And then you have the audacity to say that it's neglect, that we're endangering our child. Are you fucking out of your mind? And this is what I'm feeling. I'm feeling the sadness, and I feel anger. Sadness and anger. Sadness and anger and fear. I feel that sadness, anger, 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 and fear. And I feel this rush. I feel this rush, and like I want to go. I want to get us out of here as fast as possible. You know, if it's true that my life path number is 5, and I care about freedom, you know, I don't want to be in a place where I feel like I'm being watched and surveilled and monitored, and that's the case here. You know, like we show up to these visitation appointments. You only get 90 minutes. We had to get a court order to get 90 minutes every 2 weeks. We show up to these visitations to see our daughter, and then constantly there's always someone in the room, and then they're always writing their little reports, and it feels like, wow, we did something. That's how I think it's like projecting, like you endangered the child's life. You da 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 da. No, motherfucker. No. You are not going to try to fucking brainwash me with that bullshit. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. No. The chief ophthalmologist at the hospital said, you have the legal right to decline the surgery. If you do the surgery, she can go blind. She's going to have repeat operations. She get all that bullshit. We asked for paperwork. We asked for documentation. He ignored it. And then on another appointment that Hema had with our daughter, and that with that same chief ophthalmologist, what did they say? They said, when she requested written documentation, I don't have to. Well, that's already a violation of patient rights here, from what I understand. However, considering that it's all state-owned, you guys are just going to fucking make up your own story. You're just making up your own shit, basically. And that's pretty much what happened. He said, okay, research the alternatives. Research everything that you can on this surgery. I did. I made sure I did. And from what I understood is that that was very misleading. That was incredibly misleading, that risking blindness and all that shit. Incredibly misleading. So, it just kind of reminds me to the time of between 1930 and 1960, the lobotomies, that whenever that era was, and people were fucking putting ice picks in people's brain and saying like that's how we're going to treat mental health, is by fucking putting this shit in your brain. And that was considered the standard of care in Switzerland, Germany, Austria, and even in the fucking United States. What the fuck? That's what you really considered helping someone with their mental health issues? Are you fucking crazy? So this is where we are. And I understand that this is human consciousness. This is where we are. This is where we are, you know? Make no mistake about it. This is what's happening right now in the world. This is the reality. It doesn't have to be that way. And I choose different. Even though I feel rushed, I know it will be finished. Even though I feel rushed right now, I know it's going to be finished. Even though I feel rushed, I know it'll be finished. Even though I feel rushed, I know it will be finished. Even though I feel rushed, I know it will be finished. Even though I feel rushed, I know it will be finished. Even though I feel rushed, I know it'll be finished. Even though I feel rushed, I know it'll be finished. Even though I feel rushed, I know it'll be finished. Even though I feel rushed, I know it will be finished. Even though I feel rushed, I know it will be finished. Even though I feel rushed, I know it will be finished. Even though I feel rushed, I know it will be finished. Even though I feel rushed, I know it will be finished. Let's put up the prompter. And let's change the mode to display. Is that it? Yeah. Brilliant. Let's see if we can get that also right here. Yes. Okay. Cool. Even though I feel rushed, I know it'll be finished. Even though I feel rushed, I know it will be finished. Even though I feel rushed, I know it will be finished. Even though I feel rushed, I know it will be finished. Even though I feel rushed, I know it will be finished. Even though I feel rushed, I know it will be finished. Even though I feel rushed, I know it will be finished. Even though I feel rushed, I know it will be finished. Even though I feel rushed, I know it will be finished. Because everything is figure outable. I am not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness. And everything is figure outable. I am not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness. And I know that everything is figure outable. I am not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness. And I know that everything is figure outable. I am not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness. And I know that everything is figure outable. I am not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness. And I know that everything is figure outable. I am not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness. And I know that everything is figure outable. I am not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness. And I know that everything is figure outable. I am not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness, and I know that everything is figure outable. I am not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness, and I know that everything is figure outable. I am not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness, and I know that everything is figure outable. I am not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness, and I know that everything is figure outable. I am not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness, and I know that everything is figure outable. I am not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness, and I know that everything is figure outable. I am not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness, and I know that everything is figure outable. I am not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness, and I know that everything is figure outable. I am not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness, and I know that everything is figure outable. I am not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness, and I know that everything is figure outable. I am not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness, and I know that everything is figure outable. I am not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness, and I know that everything is figure outable. I am not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness. I know everything is figure outable. I am not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness, and I know that everything is figure outable. I am not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness, and I know that everything is figure outable. I am not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness, and I know that everything is figure outable. I am not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness, and I know that everything is figure outable. I am not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness, and I know that everything is figure outable. I am not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness, and I know that everything is figure outable. I am not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness, and I know that everything is figure outable. I am not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness, and I know that everything is figure outable. I am not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness, and I know that everything is figure outable. All right, let's get this thing going here. We're gonna let's change this up here. Pero, let's say mantra. Let's keep it count. Keep it simple. Okay. And let's now do the following here. All right. Let's do a mantra to clear all obstacles preventing world peace. Okay. Thank you, God. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, Universe. Thank you, Mighty I Am Presence. Thank you, Great Divine Spirit Team. Thank you, Subconscious Mind. Thank you, God, for all the blessings, miracles, and gifts of today. Thank you, Master Ganesha. I call upon you, Master Ganesha, and we call upon you, Master Ganesha, to please clear and remove all obstacles preventing peace preventing everlasting global peace for all life in all spaces, all timelines, all realities, and all dimensions. And so it is, and so it is, and so it is. Thank you. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Oh, where are we here? Oh yeah, we're there. We're there. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. 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 Om Gam Ganapataye Namaho Namaha. Thank you, Master Ganesha. Thank you to all ascended masters. Thank you to all angels, clearing away all hate and violence and war from all planets, and especially planet Earth right now. And thank you so much for supporting us to live in peace and harmony with one another. And thank you so much for supporting us to live in a very peaceful and beautiful state. All right, this next mantra is going to be the Ganesha, the Gayatri mantra. It's going to be the Gayatri mantra. I keep forgetting sometimes what the Gayatri mantra is for, but I know that it's a powerful mantra. It's a sacred to awaken, illuminate the intellect, guiding the seeker towards wisdom, truth, and spiritual enlightenment. Purification of the mind and soul, spiritual awakening, inner transformation. There we go. The mantra encourages self-awareness, moral clarity, and enlightenment with one's purpose. There we go. So then, in this case, then, yeah, we could put that up there too. 1 second here. Let's put this up here. Okay, good. All right. Thank you so much, God, Mother Earth, Universe, Universal Intelligence, for supporting and assisting us to be in alignment with our highest purpose and to fulfill our Dharma with great love, wisdom, power, and effortless simplicity. And so it is, and so it is, and so it is. Thank you. Om Bhuva Svaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhuva Svaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhuva Svaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhuva Svaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhuva Svaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhuva Svaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhuva Svaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhuva Svaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhuva Svaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhuva Svaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhuva Svaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhuva Svaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhuva Svaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhuva Svaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodaya. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodaya. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodaya. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodaya. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodaya. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bum swaha tatsavatu vaden yambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Buva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Deva Syadimihidi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om bum bua swaha tatsavatuva denyambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bua swaha tatsavatuva denyambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bua swaha tatsavatuva denyambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bua swaha tatsavatuva denyambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bua swaha tatsavatuva denyambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bua swaha tatsavatuva denyambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bua swaha tatsavatuva denyambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bua swaha tatsavatuva denyambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bua swaha tatsavatuva denyambago devasya dimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Thank you. All right. We did it. Good job. Good job. We made it. Oh, so it's after you press a button or something. Ah, that's cool. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, that's cool. All right. Now it's 6:08. It's 6:08. But we're forgetting something. We are forgetting today's flow. Yeah. We'll figure that one out. This is pretty much the itinerary of the day. And this is pretty much how the day is supposed to run. So, I gotta eventually stop moving this microphone and just figure out one specific location. I think this could be, if we speak directly into the microphone, that's what I think is the thing, right? So I can either have it low like this, and then I don't necessarily see the keyboard, or I can have it up higher like this and to the side. Like this up and to the side might make the most sense for me, realistically. And I think that's good. Yeah. Because I'm hitting the dB levels around -10. And that's where I want to be. Pretty much, I think that this will be the best location for me to be at. Okay, now let's see ChatGPT here. Audit the screenshot and tell me if these dB levels for the SHURE SM7B are appropriate. R What is the recommended range that I should be in? if it's not, question mark. Or am I good to go, question mark. Okay, so let's just let's share that screen. Okay. So ChatGPT is saying what?
TL, you're basically good. Just a small tweak and you're in the broadcast safe zone. What I see in your screenshot, SM7B channel, SM7B1, average speaking level 18 to 14D, peaks flirting with minus 6 dB, occasionally a touch higher, no clipping visible. Noise floor looks clean, no constant low-level hiss showing. This is already far better than 90% of live streams. Recommended levels, tell it like it is standard. For voice-forward live streams podcasts, average speaking level, May 18 to minus 12 dB. This is your money zone. Natural peaks, emphasis emotion, 10 to 6 dB. Hard rule, never hit 0D minus 3 dB is already danger close. Are you good to go? Yes, with one micro adjustment if you want to be bulletproof. Right now, your average is perfect. Your peaks are just a hair hot at times. Optional optimization, recommended. Drop the SM7B gain by partially 1 to 2 dB, or add a gentle limiter at minus 6 dB if not already active. That gives you zero clipping risk, cleaner compression later, platform-safe audio. YouTube loves this range. Ideal signal chain, quick sanity check. If you want elite broadcast stability, 1. High-pass filter, 70 to 80 Hz. 2. Light compression, 3.1, slow attack, medium release. 3. Limiter, ceiling at minus 6 dB. 4. Final average, 86 spot. Bottom line, your levels are already correct. Voice is present, intimate, and clean. One tiny gain trim equals set it and forget it. From an audio standpoint, you're clear to focus on the message, not the gear.
Okay. Maybe it would just be easier to put like a limiter where basically like the OBS software caps the audio going beyond minus 6 dB. Does that make sense? Question mark. Is that possible to do? If so, how? Question mark. Okay, cool. Let's do that. Because I'm not gonna, try to fuck around with all that stuff. Even if I raise my voice higher, like I'd rather just have it set. You want OBS to say, no matter how excited Gabriel gets, this mic never gets louder than minus 6 dB. Yes, that's exactly what a limiter filter, how to do it. Open the filter. Let's open the filter on the Shure SM7B. Okay. Okay. Select filters. Under audio filters, click plus. Let's go limiter. Okay. And threshold is minus 6. Like this, question mark? Are there any other settings for the filters that I should be thinking about right now? I think we're good. I think we're good. Yeah. 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 Okay, good. So it's capped now. It's capped now. Now the question is, does this copy over? If I put the filter in the main, does it copy over to the other ones? Let's see. Okay, great. Very good. So if I just do it to the single source of truth one, it's going to just take that everywhere. That's good. That's very convenient. So let's go over here to the count, just in case. And let's see. Let's see the audio. Wonderful. All right, so we got the limiter on there. Let's also see the DJI Mark III. Yes, we have the limiter. Okay, great. So every single time, we've got that now. All right, all right. Well, let's get to work. Let's put on this workout. Oh, and let's also make sure that we got some music here. So we got Muse open. Let me actually shrink myself here. Shouldn't be, I don't know. Maybe like that is decent. There you go. I think that's good enough for me, right? It's got to be good enough. You know? Mm-hmm. Yeah, but then it's hard to see you. Yeah, but you don't want to be taking up all that screen space, right? You know? So just, let's say, yeah, that's good. Not too big. A bit on the small side. But let's say like right here. There you go. Let's be nice about that. Let's be generous with ourselves. Let's love ourselves today through this. Yeah. All right, and let's see now. Let's get a let's see public domains here. More filters, public domain. Great, that's what we want to do. And you know what? Let's see here. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Let's do that. Let's put that into the music here. And this is dramatic, right? So let's add that. Nope. Yep. Nope. Man, all these people might be dead. It like lived beyond them, you know? The hearts me, I downloaded it.
Entsetzlich anzublasen.
I should go 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1 more for today, and then we hit the limit for today. And then okay, we hit our limit today. No problem. All right, cool. That just like pauses on its own. All right, let's go up in here. Let's open up music. And let's drag it all in. Music. Let's get that audio going. Let's get that audio going. Let's get that workout going. Let's move it. You know? Let's move it. Oh, right. You just do that. Right, Gabe? Right. Just make sure that's all up in there. Cool. Back to OBS here. All right, let's get this workout in. Oh.
ancora qui. Volati siamo da Parigi al castello, che smania dell'inferno in mio nipote. Ah, quella linda, quella mia figlioccetta, qui si gentil rispetta, e a Parigi si austero. Cosa è il mondo? Ora diventa cospetto una gran dama. Nozze qui avremo, feste, balli, olà a me. Viva preludio. Viva, viva, viva! Oh, miei cari, bentornati! Qui vi riveggo volentier!
Voi sempre ci portate fortuna.
E adesso avrem da stare allegramente.
Come?
Dite,
Perché?
nozze, tra nozze. Al castello.
Vi maritate?
Se non me ne guardi, lo sposo è il nostro nobile nipote.
La sposa?
La sposa, la vedrete. È ricca.
Ed ama?
Potete immaginarvelo, è una stella. Elle un giglio di puro candore, una rosa ridente d'aprile. Ha un sorriso il più dolce e gentile, uno sguardo, e lo sguardo d'amor. E se poi ciò che va di più caro tra voi donne e purezza e dolore, ne tutti già di nostalgia e di ghiaccio, feste core vulcanici abbiamo, e allor quando sentiamo l'eroico con tutto il furore. Forse un saggio ma biglietti d'onor, innocenza e virtù, onor, innocenza e virtù. E voi altri cantando, suonando, state tutto osservando, ascoltando, usi, modi, occasion, capriccetti, ma quell'uomo d'allor non son più. Or io sono la stessa virtù. ricordati al castello verrete, quanti chiazzi la sanno da par. Da confusi padroni e vassalli qui, là, su, giù, a banchetti alle cacce dei valli, e ballando con voi mie carine, mi vedrete vent'anni tornare, carine, sì, mi vedrete vent'anni tornare, ballando con te, la 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 la, purtroppo con te, la 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 la,
abbiamo fatto 200 reghe. Ogni mattina, quando a seguirmi decider la dovea, intender questo suono io ne facevo. fece madre le rammenta e in seno le destava la forza ed il coraggio. E via sempre lo stesso da dire. Come potrò mai presentarla adesso alla sua madre?
Del Visconti a Porto, al men dolore, al lustolo conforto.
Ah, lui!
Pierotto e Linda. O cielo, in quale stato quegli occhi, quel pallore, quell'aria. A prevenir io vado i genitori e tu guidale in casa.
Linda, no, siamo giunti a Parigi. Sì, ma dove Carlo? Senti questi suoni. Si sposa, andiamo, fuggiamo, non mi veda.
Con questo foglio intanto assicurai la proprietà dei beni che tengono in affitto. E poi, signore, io parto. No, è tornata. Indagini, la gioia, lei. Son disperato, più nessun riconosce. Ha tremato la mia voce, resto immobile a quella di sua madre che amava tanto. Oddio, signor Visconte, oh, sì, è vero, la cagion de mali suoi a ripararli cui veniva. il tuo collo mi perdona e felice più resistere non possia, più resistere non possia. Se tu fossi Carlo mio, tu m'avresti il cor beato, ripetendo un caro accento. Ti consola qui Pasquale, la Lisetta, Maddalena, Pietro e Paolo che so io, quell'Antonio, la Pierotto, la Giannotto, io sono io. Buona Linda, io son quel tale.
Corsa, mio signor Dio.
Ah,
And we are back. We are back. You know, as I keep doing this, this feels more and more like a show for some reason. But maybe that's part of the purpose. Maybe that's part of the plan. All right, we got a lot to do today, so we got to move our ass and get to work here. Okay? No time to be talking. Got to take action. All right? And the action I got to take right now is got to do the deep work. So, let's get this show on the road here. Notion. All right, cool. So once again, this is not how this setup should be. It should always be nope, that should not be it. That should not be the first page. Life map is always page 1. This is what we're working on right now. And this has got to move up more because this is way too deep in here. This is way too deep in here. But we got to get to this bit by bit. Mm-hmm. All right. All right, we got a big day. Each hour of this deep work session is shipping something today. And so we really want to make sure that we ship one thing very well each hour. And yeah, I just got to make sure that each thing that I'm shipping per hour is on track. So this is going to be, for the time tracker, this is really what's going to keep me going here. And this is all constituting as basically one brick. But what I'm seeing is that in the future, I got to really tone it down, because otherwise it would be too much to have too many tasks, right? So I think it's ultimately better just, hey, look, one thing, one brick, right? So if we're saying a maximum of like 2 bricks or 1 brick per session, that means 1 brick per deep work. And 1 brick could be very complex or it could be very simple, but just 1 brick. And this is also the time for me to get clarity when I refactor the deep work operating system. So this is basically what we do. The majority of everything is planning and understanding what you're going to be doing before you actually do it. Before, my mistake was taking a lot of action without understanding what I'm doing. And now at this stage, there's no room for that. We have to make sure that we're very diligent, so to speak, and we're very mindful and aware. So this is pretty much what my day is going to look like. This is what we have going on. And I gotta actually, let me fix this. No, that's actually not important. That's not the thing. Paying the Notion stuff and all that shit is gonna come later. That's probably tomorrow, buffer day admin stuff, right? So that's not the fucking deep work. The deep work is what I just wrote down. So let's put that phone away. Actually, you know what? Let's fucking throw this somewhere. And let's focus here, okay? So we did our time tracker. We did that. I'm gonna always keep this here in front of me so that I can always just look through it, and I know I'm done when it's closed, when I close the binder. That's gonna be it. Otherwise, if I need support and assistance, I have that binder. This is our work through for today, okay? This is our work for today. Do deep work routine, plan the 4-week deep work cycle. Okay, that's going to happen from 8 to 9. We're going to plan that deep work cycle. We're going to create the flagship thumbnail. So I have an idea in my head, and I would like to see if ChatGPT can help me out with that. If not, then fuck it. Because otherwise, like, I don't want to waste mental energy thinking about, oh, I got to do the thumbnail or whatever. No, I just want to get the fucking thing up, and that's it. And we move on with our life. Because this is not the thing where I'm expecting people to watch. That's not the thing. From 10 to 11, I mean, unless they do, whatever. From 10 to 11, we have to create the script template using Jenny Hoyos's template. And I want to just get a sample workflow going. And then I want to add Hema's line to OBS, add the mic to the Stream Deck, add her mic line. To Stream Deck, optimize OBS settings, show bitrate warning to ChatGPT. Troubleshoot why image quality is lagging. Okay, so this is going to be it for today. Now, I've got this Apple Watch for a reason, right? Now it is time to use it to my advantage. That's why I got this thing. So let's ask ourselves here, how do we How do I add backgrounds we don't care about? There we go, complications. Mm-hmm. And deep work. Create a reminder. Set a daily alarm for 7:55 a.m.
Done.
Create a daily alarm and label it deep work.
Set the alarm for when?
Set an alarm daily and label it deep work.
Set the alarm for when?
Set a daily alarm for 7:55 a.m. and label it deep work.
Done.
Set an alarm for 8:55 a.m. daily and label it deep work.
Done.
Set an alarm daily for 9:55 a.m. and label it deep work.
Done.
Set an alarm daily for 10:55 a.m. and label it deep work.
Done.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. And we also know too that this is not necessarily the truth. It's going to be, for right now, let's assume Monday. We got to sync this up anyway, so, you know. Break. Take a break. 10-minute break. Ten-minute break. Ten-minute break. Ten-minute break. Okay, so we have deep work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday for now. Was it Thursday? All right, cool. So to explain what I just did, I set the alarms on my phone. I set the alarms on my phone. Stream Deck stuff can wait, Gabriel. I set the alarms on my phone so that at the 55-minute mark of every hour, I take that 10-minute break. Okay? So we're gonna really work through this now. And let's see. This shouldn't be here anymore because that's the main. However, what should be here check. Okay, so I'm here now. Let me get my face up. There we go. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna fix that now. Mm-hmm. All right, so no matter where I am, I'm never that far away. Okay, good. Goody. Yeah. All right. Let's put us back here in the corner. And let's shrink us down just about like that. All right. All right. If I turn myself off, there we go. We got the main here. Okay. Right. So for streaming, my deep work, it's always going to be me screen sharing. That should be the idea here. And then where's the screen? Screen share. So just copy that. Okay. Yeah, maybe that doesn't work the way I wanted to. All right. Protein shake. I'm about to get this thing going here. Okay. So the next thing here is it's already 8. Time do I have? 8:04. Time to start this deep work. After I got this setup done, all my alarms are toggled on. Now Brain FM turns on. I used the focus track for deep work. So let's get to work here. Okay. All right. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, so the first thing I have to do right now is plan out this deep work cycle. So I'm going to split screen and I'm going to work with ChatGPT here. Let's delete all this stuff that's not important right now. The fuck is it? Where is GPT-5 inbox? I've got to delete all these old things that are no longer relevant to me. I'm trying to find the GPT-5, which I think I deleted it. So, yeah. All right, good enough is good enough. Let's throw this in here. And let's go from here. All right. Man, this has been a process. Okay, let's start fresh. Too much time is taken off of this. Delete and start from fresh, Gabriel. All right, every deep work is a cycle. Mm-hmm. Oh, there we go. Found it. Okay. Please give me a consolidated message of what we talked about in this message thread specifically. So I just asked ChatGPT to give me a consolidated message thread of what we discussed so that way we can know exactly where to pick up here. Because if not, then I'm just going to delete this, start brand new. Right, we already got the Rodecaster. No, it's not required for a solo. If you got a Rodecaster, do you still need the Elgato Stream Deck? No. Does the Rodecaster improve audio quality? Yes. You still need software. Yes, but less. Your best option right now, given your goals, so daily live streaming, long sessions. USB-C microphone, Rodecaster. Final verdict. No. Okay, so, Okay, so this is pretty old now. Obsolete. Okay, that's good. So now they added this feature where I can just upload files for context. Great. Let's check to see here. Do we have a template of some sort that we created for planning out deep work cycles? Question mark. I actually just remembered too that I have something here on for the Trading OS deep work cycle. There we go. Yes. So let's open this up here. Yes, there we go. Mm-hmm. Right. August cycle. Mm-hmm. Let's see the dates. Let's say July to August. Okay, what do we have here? Oh, no, wait, I remember. I know. Okay, I know. Okay, let's check the resources just in case. Right. Mistake that I made that I'm learning from now is to always have templates, to always create templates before you do anything. Templates for the system is it's so important. It's so important. Let's put this in Notion. Right. Only one bridge per cycle. Okay. Let's add in here. Okay. And let's now give ourselves what? Let's also look at trading operating system. Because there we go. That's what I needed. Please do me a favor and extract how we created a deep work cycle with the 3 weeks on, 1 week off concept as a template. And tell me exactly how we did that. Period. Then also give me a prompt to give to ChatGPT in the future. Okay. This was the following message that I just extracted from the most recent true cycle that was done in August of 2025, just before our daughter was taken from us. Period. I need you to audit the notes and update and merge that information to make a formalized cycle template. Okay, so as I remember it, week 4 was basically like the break week. Am I right or wrong? Question mark. And during this week, it was basically like taking the zoom out and looking in once again at the where I'm going, basically. What's the direction that I'm going in? Period. So if we're using the analogy of the traveler, which is how we have built it, right? Well, we have the 7-level system, and then we have the level 1 being the true north and the compass and where I'm going, what's the direction I'm going in, etc. The execution is basically to build a bridge only if there is a true bottleneck or a cross point. Cross point, which is basically a gap, right? Question mark. New line, new line. So the idea then is that if we are in a new 4-week cycle, comma, and let's say, because this is going to change right now, so that way Monday through Thursday, I do those 4-hour cycles basically. And I think that's how I'm going to do it, period. Now, my question to you is, because now we're here, right? And now this is now going to have to change, period. I need you to answer me this. Is it better to do a 2-hour deep work cycle early in the morning and then just do that every single day? Or is it better to have a 4-hour deep work cycle and do that 4 times a week? Question mark. Or is it better to do it 3 times a week, how we have been already doing it? Or is it better to just keep it as a constant habitual thing where we just define one little brick, we spend 2 hours maximum, and then we get in and we get out? Question mark. Last time the issue was we were going and everything was good, but because I didn't take time to document, because I didn't take time to print out information, what wind up happening is I got basically lost. Like my whole system basically broke down because I was the only one working the system. And in the process of doing that, in the process of working the system by myself, eventually I forgot how I did it because I didn't have it written down, period. And because I have so much information in Notion, everything is like lost in there, and it feels like it would take forever to look through this, period. So I want you to research and tell me what is like the maximum allocated time for deep work. And I also want you to tell me too, what is an optimal period of time for deep work moving forward now that, I'm going to be a father, and that's going to be, a big part of my life moving forward now, period. I'm reading a book right now. I'm currently reading a book right now by Marie Forleo called Everything is Figureoutable. And in one of the chapters, she was basically advocating and saying, hey, find 2 hours a day to do something for your dream or your passion or your work or whatever that you want to do. So that's why I'm bringing up, okay, should I do 2 hours of deep work, 3 hours of deep work, 4 hours of deep work, 5 hours of deep work, or 6 hours of deep work, or whatever is the cognitive maximum that I should be doing. And I also can't rely on psychedelics forever to microdose. So that would be more like for getting me back into the swing of things and to help me process and regulate my emotions and to help me get it back into the flow of focus. But I can't rely on that forever, right? So I have a microdose coming in, should be coming in this week or next week.
And that's to help me get back into the groove of this, period. But the main thing is going to be moving forward to not rely on that and to ultimately have a system set up where I have printed documentation of how to do working procedures and how to schedule deep work cycles and everything like this. So basically like having checklists. And right now what we have to do for this 4-week cycle is basically refactor the deep work operating system so that I can get back into the deep work, because everything has been broken. Basically everything is in Notion and everything works. Everything was working, but the break happened because I didn't have that documentation and I didn't have everything set up for these situations, like life events that threw me off track completely, period. So the first thing I need you to tell me is what is scientifically proven to be the cognitive limit for someone to do deep work, like truly needle moving deep work, that is the limit if someone is not under psychedelics, period. Then number 2 is I need you to tell me if we should stick to the original deep work cycle of 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, or if we should now move on to a deep work cycle where either we do it daily, 2 hours a day, and we do that first thing so that we're done very early, or we do a couple of times a week, like Monday through Thursday or Monday through Friday, 4 hours, etc. Period. What's going to be better long term? Question mark. Okay, so I have to ask these questions now because, again, at this stage of my life, you know, I met someone out in Bali in 2018 that they were doing 2 hours of work a day, and they weren't doing any of this, and they're making, from what I understand, they're making a lot of money. I don't know. Maybe that's true. Maybe that's not true. I don't know. But they were doing 2 hours a day of work, and they were doing it from like a coffee shop, and they were able to get their work done. So I'm asking myself if I should be thinking, okay, let's really focus in on one specific thing, and that's it. And that's going to be the rest of the day. And maybe after that, I just do administrative stuff. I don't know, you know? But either which way, I was using psychedelics and microdosing psychedelics to help me do a lot of deep work. And while that was great, and that was very helpful, and like I can see, whoa, like I did a lot of stuff, I'm wondering if maybe I should focus on a very small amount of work and just have literally, that's just the one brick and that's it. It's just one thing and that's it. Is that going to beat out 4 hours 4 times a week? So let's see what ChatGPT says. You're remembering it right? So you know what? Let's start up a new project here, and let's call this inbox. All right, my question to you is, if I am live streaming my screen, by the way, I now have a Mac Studio M2 Ultra, which is specifically for business. So save that as a memory, period. But my question to you is, if I have a live stream going on right now and I'm sharing my screen, and I want to use ChatGPT and like show on my live stream me doing my deep work, comma, and I ask you questions and you give me responses, and I decide to play the audio feedback of you speaking, comma, is that legally allowed for my YouTube channel and for my personal brand stuff? Question mark. Like, can I freely, show how I do work and how I do deep work, and, share my screen and whatever messages I share and whatever messages you share, and play the audio of it? Question mark.
Yes, this is allowed. You can legally live stream your screen, show ChatGPT conversations, and play AI-generated audio responses on YouTube as long as you follow a few very clear rules. This is normal, common, and already done by thousands of creators. Now the straight, practical breakdown. What is 100% allowed? You can live stream your screen while using ChatGPT. Show both your prompts and ChatGPT's responses. Play AI-generated voice audio of the responses on stream. Explain, react to, or build systems live using ChatGPT. Monetize the content, ads, brand, products, etc. This falls under your own original content, tool usage plus commentary, transformative use. You're not reselling ChatGPT, you're showing your workflow. OpenAI explicitly allows public display of outputs. The rules you must follow, important but simple. 1. Do not imply ChatGPT endorses you. You can't say, ChatGPT is my partner, OpenAI sponsors this. This is official OpenAI advice. You can say, I'm using ChatGPT as a tool. This is how I use AI in my deep work. 2. Do not claim ownership of ChatGPT as a product. You own the output, but you can't repackage ChatGPT itself, sell access to ChatGPT under your brand name. Pretend it's your proprietary AI. Showing it on screen? Totally fine. Teaching how you use it? Perfectly fine. 3. Audio is allowed, whether built-in voice, text-to-speech, screen audio capture. That's still AI-generated output, which you're allowed to publish. Just don't impersonate a real human, claim the voice is a specific real person. YouTube is fine with this. YouTube already allows AI narration, screen recordings, educational process live streams, tool-based workflows. There is no YouTube policy violation here. What would not be allowed? Avoid these. Saying ChatGPT gives professional legal medical advice without disclaimers. Selling ChatGPT answers as if they are guaranteed truths. Using copyrighted material inside prompts and redistributing it verbatim. Showing private confidential user data on screen. In your specific context, important, what you're doing is actually best practice personal brand content. You're documenting deep work. You're showing systems thinking in real time. You're modeling how a human thinks, uses AI. You're not hiding the process. You're teaching by example. This is transformative, educational, and compliant. It also aligns perfectly with your broadcast studio as a signal, not a stage, your proof of work philosophy, your long game brand positioning. Smart extra layer, optional but recommended. At the start or in the description, add a simple line like, open quote, this live stream shows my personal workflow using AI tools. Outputs are for educational purposes and reflect my process, not professional advice. Close quote. That's it. Clean, safe, professional. Bottom line, yes, you're fully allowed to do this. You're not skating on thin ice. You're doing exactly what modern creators, builders, and educators are doing. If you want, next weekend, design a standard live stream disclaimer block.
Okay. So yes, this is allowed. You can legally stream your screen, show ChatGPT. Okay, we got to take a break. Hold on a second. Break. Okay, as you can see, super important to stick to everything on the minute, right? So, we got a 4-minute break. And that's why it's important to just not, like, if you set that time block to do that one thing, you got to do that one thing. And I think for me, 55 minutes is way too tight. So I think it's ultimately better to expand it out to like 2 hours, you know? If I can do like 2 hours and then maybe a 30-minute break, right? 2 hours and then a 30-minute break and then 2 hours and done. That might be much more helpful, right? So if, let's say, I start at 7:30, and I go 2 hours, or maybe I even just say, hey, you know what? We just do that, you know? Because then afterwards, what I'm really going to focus on is there's certain things that are going to be repetitive. And those are the things that, like, it doesn't, you know, it's not rocket science. It's not a big deal. What is a big deal is creating things that are really, really meaty. And that is, again, trading. It can be very complicated. It's a very meaty thing, right? So maybe I have something where moving forward, I just focus on having it set up to where I have these 2 hours, I do that work, and then I do the administrative stuff like creating content. Creating content is going to be very, very simple at this stage. You know, I got a lot of the equipment set up, and And that's very, very easy, you know? Oops, what's going on here? Okay. Let's turn on that prompter again. All right. That was a bit intense to go back to it for that first hour. So let's see what ChatGPT has to say about that. Okay, that's the break. So now that timer is going again. Yeah, I don't know if I. All right, so ChatGPT's message said, yes, this is allowed. You can legally live stream your screen, show ChatGPT conversations, and play AI-generated responses as long as you follow a very few clear rules. This is normal, common, and already done by thousands of creators. What is 100% allowed? Live stream your screen while using ChatGPT, show both your prompts and ChatGPT responses, play AI-generated responses on stream. Play AI-generated voice / audio of the responses on stream. Explain, react to, or build systems live using ChatGPT. Own original content. Tool usage and commentary. Transformative use. You're not reselling ChatGPT. You're showing your workflow. Monetize the content, ads, subs, brand, product, etc. OpenAI explicitly shows public display of outputs. The rules you must follow. Important, simple. Do not imply ChatGPT endorses you. You can't say ChatGPT is my partner. OpenAI sponsors this. Okay, You can say I'm using ChatGPT as a tool. Yes, that's just true. This is how I use AI in my deep work. Yes. Do not claim ownership of ChatGPT as a product. You own the output, but you can't repackage ChatGPT itself. So access the ChatGPT under your brand name. Pretend it's your proprietary AI. Showing it on screen, totally fine. Teaching how to use it, perfectly fine. Audio is allowed, whether built-in voice, text-to-speech, screen audio capture. That's AI-generated output, which you're allowed to publish. Just don't impersonate a real human. Claim the voice as a specific real person. Fine. YouTube is fine with this. It already allows AI narration. There's no YouTube policy violation here. What would not be allowed? Saying ChatGPT gives professional legal. No, it does not. Selling ChatGPT answers as if they are guaranteed truth. No, it does not. Use copyrighted material and side prompts and distributing it verbatim. Showing private, confidential user data on screen. Okay. In your specific context, what you're doing is actually best practice personal brand content, documenting deep work, showing systems thinking in real time, modeling how a human thinks and uses AI. You're not hiding the process, you're teaching by example. This is transformative, educational, and compliant. It also aligns perfect. Okay, this live stream shows my personal workflow using AI tools. Outputs are Okay, so let's put that somewhere in here now then. Okay, so let's add this text. It's super small. What should I call that? right? Let's add this deep work disclaimer here. Okay, this live stream. Okay, cool. Now let's shrink this significantly. Oh, too small. Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. Okay, let's get rid of that Pomodoro. Mm-hmm. Nope. Okay, done. Now, what do we got here? Okay. Let's take this video, put it up in here. Mm-hmm. Let's shrink that down now. Okay, and let's say deep work session. Let's move this guy over here. And then let's move this guy over here. Or put it this at the bottom or something. Fucker. All right. Okay, cool. So that's my whole layout basically. And now from here, we're going to delete that guy. We're going to delete this guy. Keep that. And now, boom, there you go. And now, I'm going to just take this outline. There we go. Done. All right. Good enough is good enough. Yep. Okay, perfect. Done, bravo. Good enough. All right, let's put this back over here. Yes, you're fully allowed to do this. You're not skating on thin ice. You're doing exactly what Mark cares about. Okay, cool. Done. Next, back to the deep work. Okay. So this is ChatGPT's message right here. 4-week break. You're remembering it right. Week 4 is the break week, but not do nothing. It was your deload, zoom out, reorient, recover your nervous system, reopen the traveler map, north, true north, direction of travel, cross point check. Audit what's working, drifting, explicitly not new architectures, new big builds. What's the cognitive limit for real deep work? No psychedelics. 3 to 5 hours is the upper bound. Truly effort for high quality, push your limits work for most people. It's hard to sustain beyond that without quality dropping and fatigue compounding. The best structure for that effortless is multiple sessions, 60 to 90 minutes with breaks, not one effortless grind. Many knowledge workers find their actual high output closer to 2 to 3 hours per day when measured honestly. So if you want a practical tell it like it is rule, 2 to 4 hours of true deep work is the sustainable range. 4 hours consistently usually becomes hours logged more than edge built. Which schedule is best long-term as a father? You're choosing between consistency and intensity. The best long-term is a hybrid that protects family life and protects deep cognition. My recommendation, 4 days a week, 2 to 3 hours each, 90-minute blocks. See, this is where now I have issues because I feel uncomfortable with that. My recommendation, 4 days a week, Monday through Thursday, 2 blocks, 90 minutes with a real break. That's 3 hours of deep work, and it's plenty. As a father, 4 shorter protected sessions often wins because if one day gets blown up, you still have reps that week. The real failure mode you named and the fix. Your system didn't break because you stopped working. It broke because you didn't externalize the working procedures, so the system only existed in Gabriel's head, then life hit. Non-negotiable fix documentation locked, baked into every brick. Last 12 minutes, brick closeout. What changed? With the artifacts. Add once per week. Do 4 days a week, Monday through Thursday. Keep week 4 as the deload. Exactly like before, because it's the safety valve that keeps the whole machine from snapping. Fuck. All right, so then I would probably say two hours with a 30-minute break, 2 hours with a 30-minute break. That's 4.5 hours. What if I did 2 hours with a 30-minute break? And I did that 4 days a week? Question mark. Fuck, this is hard. This is really hard. Because the first 2 hours have to be really focused, and I got to think about my scheduling here, and I'm already behind on the thumbnail thing. But as I'm already seeing, big issue is I have to make sure that no matter what, there's that one brick, right? Okay, let's work a different way here, because I don't think it should be in terms of time. I think it should be in terms of what gets shipped. Period. And I think that the habit should be to ship one thing a day. Or am I wrong on this? Question mark. I remember a guy by the name of Seth Godin. Godin said something about this in one of his books, and he constantly mentioned shipping. And I want you to please tell me exactly what that means and what does that look like here. Period. After what happened and losing all these months of progress, I mean, I didn't necessarily lose progress. I just have the information saved at a certain save point, and I just got to pick back up. It's not like I deleted anything. But now at this stage, I need to really rethink time and effort, especially if I want to make the leap into having agents do the work for me 24/7. And I think that this is also challenging me to say I need to definitely give up control and not think about, okay, this is the work or whatever, but instead think of how can I ensure that by a certain time I ship one thing. So I'm not sure if I should be thinking in terms of time or in terms of what gets shipped. Period. So I want you to research this with the information and tell me, what does it mean to ship and what does that look like and what on average gets done in terms of that ship? Question mark. Because I think that will tell us everything that we need to know about shipping bricks, period, and how to formulate doing deep work, period. From my understanding, the entire purpose of doing deep work is to ship a brick. It's not just to do deep work and to work on a system. It's to actually ship one thing that is going to help build the bridge, which is the system, that is going to help close that gap and help us cross that cross point, period. So what does that need to be? All right, let's see what ChatGPT says. Yeah, these are the things that I'm faced with, you know? These are the challenges that I'm going through, and like as I've gotten older, I've realized the importance of doing work that I really enjoy and doing very good work. Not just doing work for the sake of doing work, but doing work that is going to move the needle. What is the needle? It's me fulfilling my purpose. It's me making my contribution in service to others. That's my deep work. That's my deep work. So what does that look like? What do I have to do to achieve that? That's the thing. That's where I am with all this, you know? And yeah, these are the challenges. These are the challenges that I'm basically faced with right now, you know? And I'm just kind of wondering to myself, like, what is that going to look like? What is that going to be? So building a system is not for the sake of building a system. Building a system has to have a purpose. There's no reason to be doing all this for no reason, you know? There's no reason for it. It has to have a purpose. And so hours are not the best unit of measurement for how hard I've worked. I think that's very, very outdated. But what has to happen is, how focused was I during that time period? So I'm kind of now wondering if 2 hours should be the thing, and it should be 2 hours every day, or it should be 3 hours every day. Maybe not 4 hours, maybe 3 hours, and this way I can set less alarms and just really focus in. You're not wrong to shift from time to ship. In your world, time is just a container. Shipping is the scoreboard. What Seth Godin means by ship. Oh. Shipping is finishing to the point it can be used, judged, tested, or interacted with. That's a lot. Okay. Okay, tell me what you think about this, comma, if I ship a brick, comma, it doesn't matter whether it's a micro brick or it's a bigger brick. It needs to be a brick. The bridge can have multiple bricks. Okay? Maybe a bridge has 20 bricks to it. Maybe it even needs more, or maybe it just requires less. But either which way, what if we just said, and we just skipped all the classifications of what shipping means and just say, we're just going to ship this one thing. That's it. Period. What's the one thing that I need to do right now? What's the one thing that I need to ship to move this needle? Question mark. And if that becomes the idea, then could we do that every day for 3 weeks and then give ourselves that 1 week to deload and recover? Question mark. Deload. LOAD. Recover, question mark. And the other thing that I want to know is, can I ship a brick? No matter its complexity, can I ship one brick within 2 hours maximum? Question mark. Because like, hey man, I've been doing a lot of fucking work over this last year. And then from August till now, you know, I've been trying to get back into the deep work and the whole system has been fucked. And basically now at this stage, I'm working through this to get to a point where I'm able to be consistent again and get back into that rhythm. And I think 3 days a week was fantastic for work. But maybe I do need to cut it down now. And maybe I just need to say, okay, one thing and that's it. One thing and that's it. What's the one thing I have to do today and get done by a certain time and move on with my day? ... What could that be? You know? Question mark. These are just thoughts in my head right now, and I'm really trying to figure this out so that I don't procrastinate and waste any more time, because we are already a couple days into the new cycle. And I want to make sure that we get this done. And I had to spend the last previous days getting all the equipment set up and, you know, figuring out the returns, figuring out the reorders of things that I may have needed, that I missed. So now that that's pretty much out the way, now the next step is, okay, let's get back into this focus. Period. So I need you to tell me here, based on research from, you know, scientists on, you know, deep work, cognitive limits, from what Cal Newport has written, from what Seth Godin has also written on, comma, and even Marie Forleo. Marie Forleo, comma. I mean, clearly something is working for her if she's saying 2 hours of work, you know, just scheduling 2 hours of work or something like this. And at some point, you know, I have to get out of this operator mindset and be in a different plane of existence. Plane of existence. Period. So, do we really need levels 1 through 3? Or do we just need for brick classification? Or do we just need to say, I'm shipping as many bricks as I need to until that bridge gets built? How many bricks is it going to take if I do 1 brick a day? Which, now that I'm thinking about it, oh, that kind of makes more sense. Let's actually omit that. We're going to omit that part because ChatGPT is likely to agree. So if ChatGPT senses that like you're favoring one thing, that's what I've learned. If ChatGPT senses that I'm favoring one thing, it'll give me an answer based on what I want to hear. But I don't want an answer that I want to hear. I want an answer that's actually going to fucking work. You know, that's a big thing for me. So let's figure it out. You know, and I've been using psychedelics to help me do very intense, very demanding work. But I don't know if that's going to be the right thing moving forward. So, right. The key is this: if you remove classifications, you must replace them with a binary definition of done. So you don't ship fake bricks. That's super important. What shipping actually means. Seth Godin. In Godin terms, shipping is the moment your work leaves the private sphere and becomes real, delivered, published, shared, committed, or usable. Or usable by someone else, including future you and your agents. So working is not shipping. Shipping is not, it's now usable and retrievable outside your head. Okay. All right. Can you ship a brick in 2 hours max? Yes. If a brick is defined, one shippable artifact, not finish the bridge. Yes. Right. So to explain that now in my head, how I think of it is the following way. Let's also open up Wacom. Let's create a new app. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, cool. And now let's set up these keys now. Yeah, that makes more sense. Cool. No, I don't want that. No, there's a lot more things now than before. Mm-hmm. No. Oh, you see? Friction. Friction right now. Bro, I don't even know how to change these keys now. Oh. Oh. Huh. Okay. All right. Can we do like select? Mm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Journal. There we go. That's what I want. Okay. So let's go with okay. Let's just say undo. This is blank. Actually, you know what? Undo and redo. There we go. And then after that, disabled. Disabled. Okay. Very good. All right. Now let's go back into here. And let's assume. Yep. There we go. Okay, cool. Great. All right. Right. So the way that I see it here is that if we have a bridge. Nope, that orientation doesn't work. Fuck. Okay, good enough. Back to the journal. So we have here our bridge, right? This is a bridge. Okay, you got the bridge. So if this is my bridge, if x equals one bridge, then how many bricks do I need? That's a big question, right? If I really need that many things, then how many do I need? You know? Okay. Okay. Right. So let's go back over here to Wacom and let's go to Express Keys on this app. And let's see here. Do we have erase? Not important. Okay. So this will be it then. Oh. There's that option too. Mm-hmm. All right. Let's get that redo. And then let's disable this. All right, good. All right, so if this is a bridge, okay, and this is a brick, how many bricks do I need for a bridge? How many bricks? How many bricks do I need? Because the other idea is this. Actually, you know what? Let's screenshot that and save that. Because now the next idea is this. Yeah, this is where I would use Clip Studio Paint instead then. All right. So if I am here, okay, and I've got my compass this is compass. This is me. Okay. And I am here on this plot of land, but then I come up against this cross point. And true north is here. I need a bridge. I know that. All right, this is my imaginary bridge then that I need. This is my imaginary bridge. Okay. So I need to get from here. If I need to get from here to here, I need a bridge. Right? This is going to be my bridge. Okay? I'm going to need that bridge. And the bricks, let's take a screenshot of that. And then obviously the bricks are the things that build this bridge. We need the bricks to build the bridge. So we got that. We understand that. Now let's doesn't matter if it's saved it or not, it doesn't matter. That's the concept, right? That's the idea. That's what we're working with, okay? So now let's upload this. Yeah, and you also do need administrative shit, you know, like that's why I also need to figure this out really carefully because other things are failing in this sense. See, and you see how it says, when I ask the questions, do I need 3 shipping levels? ChatGPT's response says, no, your instinct is right. Levels can become mental friction, but you still need one thing, the brick shipping rule, binary. Okay, let's add that to Notion under the deep work cycle template. Okay, because now we're going to have it optimized for one thing here. Can you do 1 brick a day? Yes, and it's actually great execution for where you are now because it fixes the exact failure mode. Weeks 1, 2, 3, ship 1 brick a day. Right, and we have to make sure that it's done. What's definition of done? Definition of done as of right now is it functional? Because after some point, it's basically like, okay, after that, I would have to hire someone to fucking maintain that for me. You know, I can't keep doing it like this. I cannot keep doing it like this. And this is we already missed one thing here that we couldn't work on. So what's the one? And that's why you don't want to have multiple things, because if you need more time, you need to dedicate that time to that. What's the 1 brick you should ship today? Give me your system broke because Brick number 1, Deep Work OS Reentry Kit, printed, indexed. A single Notion page, Deep Work start here. It contains only current cycle intent, 1 paragraph. Right, and I might even need to print that out as well, every single cycle, so that way I just have a record of it. I might just need to do that. How many bricks does it take to build a bridge? You don't need to know up front. You only need a clear bridge is crossable when. Then ship bricks until it passes. If you ship 1 brick for 3 weeks, you have about 15 bricks. That's enough to build a real bridge, or at minimum, make it unmistakably crossable or uncrossable. Okay, but that's also not true because we're trading. Okay, I need you to audit and look at these images that I made to basically help me work through this here, because I need a direct formula, period. You know, with the trading operating system, that's a bridge, but it's taken multiple deep work cycles and it's still not there, right? So is it crossable as of right now? No, absolutely not. Because if there's no system or strategy in place, how am I going to generate cash? You know, that's the whole purpose of that system. That's the whole purpose of that bridge with the trading operating system. So if that trading OS is not built and I just put a whole bunch of cash into it, all the cash is basically going to be gone. Period. That's not how that's going to work, you know? Period. So I need an estimate of like even like simple bridges, like the first third of a bridge, right? Maybe we could even do that, like build the first third of a bridge or the second third of a bridge. Maybe sometimes I'm not able to build the entire bridge in one cycle, you know? So how is this going to work moving forward? I'm not just going to ship something for the sake of shipping something and be fucking aimless. I'm going to ship something with the intention of crossing a cross point. And right now, my major cross point is financial. So the bridge that I'm building to cross my financial cross point is the trading operating system, is the trading bridge, basically. Does that make sense? Period. So I want you to audit these images that I made, and I want you to basically internalize what I'm trying to say here and help me come up with some sort of like a formula to at least estimate, you know, like when someone is traveling and then they look at their life map and they look at the declination or, you know, the red Fred is in the shed concept, whatever that bullshit is, comma, if they're saying, okay, here's where I am, this X mark, if this is where I am, how long will it take me to get to, you know, the next base camp, basically? So if I'm starting at this base camp and the next base camp is 20 miles away, comma, how can we translate that into bricks? Bricks and shipping, question mark. Fuck. See, and then now that's the next hour right there. All right, I see exactly what you're doing with these drawings, and you're not confused. You're trying to force reality to give you a navigable formula instead of vibes. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to really understand, if this is what I need to build, how do I get there? That's what I want to know. Right? And I want to be able to say, okay, how long does it take me to build one brick? How long is it going to take me to build or ship one brick? Because then that's how I know, okay, this is going to be how long it takes. Okay, toilet break. Okay, so as we're seeing right here from the deep work, this is where the challenge is, because you cannot, or at least for me, I cannot expect to possibly say I have to do three things in a certain period of time. I think now moving forward, it really does have to be just one thing get it done, and move on. And especially when it comes to now, where I am here, it's what I'm trying to do, what I'm trying to build is a AI based system that runs on its own for me and that does all this work. What I was researching with ChatGPT before was that there will come a time where agents they'll be able to do all the stuff that humans do significantly better, infinite times better, way less time, and people will be able to build 7, 8, 9-figure businesses with like 1 or 2 person teams. And I believe that ChatGPT also said that the infrastructure is already there now for people to build AI in such a way that it already handles these things. So that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm working on. I'm working on building this as an engine that basically does all this stuff for me. And it takes a lot because I have to get out of the operator mindset and I have to see it from like a higher level. And then I have to look at myself as like, okay, well, what am I doing here? Where am I going with this? And that takes a lot of focus and a lot of concentration and working in two different ways at once, especially because right now, at the stage that ChatGPT is in, while it's super fast and it's advanced, it's still not to the point where it's like really thinking, It gives you the answer it wants to hear. Maybe that's me and my state of consciousness and I have to change. I am okay with that. I accept that for what it is. I just happen to notice for myself, like, okay, what am I experiencing? What am I doing here? So it takes a lot of mental effort to do this. And I'm kind of wondering, like, where do I go from here? An idea came to me right? An idea came to me that, okay, you know what? If this is how it is, how about I just say, in terms of the work, like I have these planning sessions, right? So let's imagine I have a planning session here and let's say this is once again me. Okay, this is my compass. That's my compass. Okay, that's me. Okay, this is my true north. That's a fucked up true north, guy. Come on. Right? That's true north. And my job here is to just get from here to here, right? Maybe over here, there's like a hypothetical other thing that I haven't thought of, right? And that's like another hypothetical cross point, right? So this is a cross point. This is a cross point. I need a bridge. I need a bridge. What if, let's say, for these 3 weeks, I build. And then I have this period of time where I have 1 week. I forecast. Right? Can that work? I mean, let's take a screenshot here. I just want to take a screenshot here. Come on. Oh, okay. Uh, okay, too much wasted energy. Move on. Let's go back to here. Deep work. All right. Oh, too small. Way too small. Yeah, you see, and now from that state, I feel super rushed. Okay. Either which way, here I am. Screenshot. Okay. Now, I think we're coming down to the wire here with this one. So let's put this out the way. All right, and let's see what we got here. Yeah. Indulge and compress, order and interpret the images. Let's actually play out the message.
All right, I see exactly what you're doing with these drawings, and you're not confused. You're trying to force reality to give you a navigable formula instead of vibes. That's the right instinct. I'll do this in 4 clean parts. 1, order plus interpret the images, what you actually drew. 2, name the real problem you're solving. 3, give you a bridge bricks estimation formula, the thing you're asking for. 4, apply it concretely to Trading OS and future bridges. No fluff. No ship for shipping's sake. Directional, grounded, usable. No 1, ordering and interpreting your images, what you actually said visually. Image 1, bridge as an object. You drew a bridge, then a brick, then the question, if X equals 1 bridge, then how many bricks do I need? This image is asking a unit conversion question. You're not asking philosophically, you're asking, open quote, what is the exchange rate between effort, bricks, and terrain crossed bridge? Close quote. That's a serious systems question. Image 2, traveler plus cross point, no bridge yet. You drew, you with a compass, true north, a cross point, gap, a theoretical bridge, dashed imaginary. This image says, open quote, I know where I'm going. I know there is a gap. I can imagine a bridge, but nothing exists yet. Close quote. This is pre-construction reality. Very important. Image 3, bricks placed incrementally. You added actual red bricks laid left, right. Each brick is tangible. The bridge is being built while crossing is still impossible. This image is the key insight. Open quote. You don't cross when the first brick is laid. You cross when the bridge becomes structurally sufficient. Close quote. So progress, crossing. Good. This matters for morale and planning. 2, the real problem you're solving. Say it plainly. You are not asking, how do I stay productive? How many hours should I work? How do I feel less anxious? You are asking, open quote, how do I estimate distance to safety in a system building life using bricks instead of hours so I don't lie to myself or wander aimlessly?
Yep.
Close quote.
How do I estimate distance to safety in a system building life using bricks instead of hours so I don't lie to myself or wander aimlessly? Yes, that's exactly right.
And specifically, right now, open quote, my financial cross point is real. The Trading OS bridge is the only viable crossing. How do I know whether I'm 5 bricks away, 50 bricks away, or 200 bricks away? And how do I plan cycles accordingly?
Exactly.
Close quote. That is a navigation problem, not a motivation problem. 3, the missing piece. You need a bridge viability formula. Here's the core truth that unlocks everything. Open quote. A bridge is not done when all bricks are laid. A bridge is crossable when it satisfies a minimum viability condition. Close quote. So we stop asking, How many bricks make a bridge? And we ask instead, what is the minimum structural load required to cross? Define this once per bridge. Every bridge must have a bridge viability test, BVT, not vibes, a test. The formula, this is what you asked for. Step 1, define the cross point precisely. Example, trading OS, open quote, cross point equals I cannot reliably generate cash without discretionary stress, close quote, dot good, binary. Step 2, define bridge viability, not completion. This is critical. For trading OS, a viable bridge is not fully automated, perfect, AI autonomous, scalable to millions. A viable bridge is the first structure that can carry your weight. Example BVT for trading OS. Open quote, bridge is crossable when one strategy is fully defined, strategy has a documented edge hypothesis, strategy can be executed manually or semi-automatically, capital risk is capped, first dollars can be generated without chaos, close quote. That's it. As step 3, decompose the BVT into structural components. These are not bricks yet. These are sections. For trading OS, minimum sections might be 1. Strategy definition, execution rules, 3. Risk management, lore, feedback loop, operational routine. Think of these as bridge spans, not bricks. Step 4. Bricks equals atomic, shippable pieces that complete one component. Now we can estimate. For example, component estimated bricks is bricks MON, strategy definition 5 to 8 bricks, execution rules 3 to 5 bricks, risk management 2 to 3 bricks, feedback loop 3-4 bricks, ops routine 2 to 3 bricks. Estimated total for first viable bridge 15 to 25 bricks, not 200, not 3, not infinite. 5. Translate bricks, days, cycles. Now we can finally answer your Basecamp question. If you ship 1 real brick per day, nice 15 bricks, 3 weeks, mon fry, 20 bricks, 4 weeks, my 25 bricks, 5 weeks. That maps perfectly to 3 weeks on, 1 week off, 1 Basecamp reached. This is why your intuition about 1 brick per day is correct. Number 6, partial bridges are allowed. This matters psychologically. You also asked, open quote, what if I can only build the first third of the bridge, close quote. That's not failure. That's explicit staging. You just define Basecamp 1, strategy exists plus can be traded on paper. Basecamp 2, strategy traded with small capital. Basecamp 3, strategy automated plus scaled. Each Basecamp is its own bridge viability test. You are not building one infinite bridge. You are crossing a canyon in stages. NAR 7, the final rule, this is your operating law. Here it is, write this down and print it. Open quote, 1 brick is 1 shippable unit that measurably increases the structural viability of the active bridge, close quote. And open quote, I do not count days or hours. I count bricks shipped toward the next bridge viability test, close quote. That's the formula you were looking for. What I recommend you do today, no abstraction. Today's brick should be, open quote, define and write the Trading OS Bridge Viability Test, BVT, on a single page, close quote. No systems, no refactors, no automation. Just crosspoint, viable bridge definition, 4 to 6 structural components, rough brick estimates per component. Once that exists, every future day becomes obvious. If you want, next I can turn this into a reusable bridge estimation template, or do the Trading OS BVT with you line by line, or help you define Basecamp 1 versus Basecamp 2 precisely. You're not lost. You're finally switching from effort to navigation.
Okay, now I want you to save that as a memory because we're going to implement the bridge viability test to define what has to be true. Period. Afterwards, I want you to create a bridge estimation template for the bridge viability test. Viability test. BVT. Using exactly what you just said here. Period. So basically, save as a memory everything you just said here, and then give me this template moving forward now. Period. We're almost done here. That's what I'm trying to go for here. Bridge viability test. Fuck. Okay, so that's going to be in the charter. That's going to go into the bridge charter. So I have now a bridge charter database where I need to be able to see the template, because the bridge charter is going to tell me what's the problem, what's the purpose, da 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 da. Okay. Fuck. No. Refresh. Yeah, this is problematic when you do it like this. Okay. Now the next question is about this bridge viability test. Where exactly does that go? Question mark. I created this bridge charter and I don't think it goes here. This is a test because I'm trying to trick it a bit just to make sure I get an unbiased response. But at the same time, I'm not sure. Am I able to actually? Oh, no, doesn't work. I'm not sure, period. Does this work whenever? Does the BVT bridge viability test work whenever we have refactors of a bridge, or is it just for new bridge builds? Or is it more of a universal idea? Question mark. The purpose of that is to see if that should go in there or not. Okay, so life compass, systems checkpoint, crosspoint, bridge SSOT. So let's go back here to our database. And let's go to level 2 of our system. Nope, by level 2. And these are the things too, you got to sync up all this information. The BVT is the threshold between thinking and building. Bridge SSO2, single source of truth, charter, bridge viability test. Take a screenshot. Let's add a automation. Yep, good enough. And that's a good hotkey right there. Oh, that's good. That's way better. And now, ChatGPT. The BVT is the threshold between thinking and building. It's the threshold between thinking and building. Why it does not belong inside the bridge charter? BVT is universal. New bridge builds define BVT, refactors, Refactors are where BVT matters because you end up endlessly improving. How this works with Trading OS. Bricks have been laid. Okay, let's open up the screenshot. Please audit the databases from this screenshot because now I'm very confused. Period. Are you saying that I need a separate database for the bridge viability test? BVT? Question mark. The BVT is a required section field inside the bridge SSOT. No, that's not true. So then it's going to be in the bridge charter. Okay, let's audit what you have already from the screenshots. Your level 2 chain, which is correct. Life checkpoint. Where am I trying to get to? Cross point. What gap is blocking me? Bridge charter, what bridge? Okay, where the confusion is coming from. Right now, your system jumps from bridge charter to build checklist, but it's missing one binary truth gate. When is the bridge actually crossable? Okay, without that gate, you keep building, refining, The BVT lives in the bridges systems. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, because that is not, okay. Okay, so I think that's incorrect that the BVT lives in the Bridge SSOT database. Why? Because the Bridge SSOT database is specifically for housing like databases, yes, but also for just housing more of a, it's just a shell, basically, is what the Bridge SSOT is for. So the Bridge SSOT is just going to be housing like other databases in the subpage of that. Period. I am not going to be creating new versions of bridges and versioning bridges. It's basically, I'm just, or unless I should, unless you're saying that I should be versioning bridges, bridges, period, ... Am I versioning versioning bridges, or am I keeping one SSOT bridge? Question mark. So if we have a trading operating system, open parenthesis, trading OS, close parenthesis, am I really going to be having a trading OS V1, trading OS V2, trading OS V3, trading OS V4, etc.? Or am I just going to have a trading OS? Question mark. Well, that's what Apple does, right? And that's what Android does. Fuck. Do we have versioning on the bridge charter? See, this is where too much complexity comes in. And over here on the bridge charter, we do have a version. We have versioning here. Let's actually open up the SSOT here. And there is no such thing as versioning here. If you look at the screenshots, I uploaded both databases for the bridge charter and for the bridge itself, period. The bridge charter has versioning, comma, but the bridge does not, period. So when we come to this BVT, comma, how are we going to express this? Question mark. Are we going to express this as text in a property or text in a subpage? Question mark. And if so, how are we going to do this long term? Question mark. What would Apple or Android do in this situation? Question mark. Yep, so these are the questions that I am asking. Because when I know this, then I can say, okay, during this deep work cycle, this is what has to get done. And when I ship this, this is going to lead to this bridge, and this is what has to be true. It has to be making me X amount of money or whatever, you know? And it has to be taking trades for me. It has to be doing all these things for me on autopilot so that I don't have to do this stuff. And there comes a limit here too. When ChatGPT gives me all these answers, it gets really annoying. And then I start to get irritated. So I know that that threshold is coming up very soon. And I can feel it already.
You're thinking clearly. And yes, your screenshots change the best implementation. Key correction. You're right that your Bridge SOP page is a shell execution hub, a container for subpages DBs. That does not mean the BVT can't live there. It just means BVT should live in the Bridge SOP page content, not as its own database row or version bridge record. So still inside the SSO, but as a structured section subpage, not as a new DB and not as a new bridge version. Now, number 1. Do you version bridges or keep one SSOP bridge? Recommended for you. One SOP bridge per system. Trading OS is trading OS. Bridge SRT equals the stable product, stable system. You don't create Trading OS v2 as a new bridge record unless it's a true rebuild. When you would version a bridge, rare, only when the underlying architecture is so different that the old bridge is no longer the same bridge, e.g., Trading OS moved from MT5, fully different stack, entire workflow model changed, power triangle replaced, etc. You want to preserve a frozen snapshot as a reference. Even then, you can often avoid bridge versioning by archiving old subpages, keeping release notes inside the SO. Yes, once that bridge is your default. What gets versioned then? Bridge charter, you already do this, equals your RFC proposal history. Artifacts inside the bridge, WPs, prompts, playbook entries, strategies equals get versions. BVT base camps equals can be revised and timestamped, not new bridge records. That's the clean enterprise pattern. Number 2, so where does the BVT go if SSOT is a shell? Best long-term placement. Inside the Bridge SSOT page as either option A, best, a dedicated top-of-page section, simple visible. In the SSOT page content, create a header, bridge viability test, BVT, Basecamp 1 to TAF, 3, checklist of must-be true conditions, current status, not viable, viable crossed, last review date. This keeps it front and center, so you stop building blindly. Option B, a dedicated subpage inside the SLT, cleaner if long. Inside the SLT page, create a subpage.
Inside the SSLT page content, create a header. Bridge viability test.
Page called BVT Trading OWIMP 1. Then the SOT top section simply links to it. Either way, no new database required. Number 3, should BVT be text in a property or text in the page? Do both, but keep it minimal.
No.
Properties for filtering plus dashboards.
No, because then you're going to be having to fucking update the property all the time. That doesn't make any sense.
Add these properties to the Bridges Systems DB. BVT status, select not viable, viable crossed. BVT Basecamp, 1, 2, 3. BVT last review date. That's enough reviews like all bridges with BVT status equals not viable. Current bridge to build. The actual BVT content, the checklist, should live in the page body because Notion properties are terrible for rich checklists and nuance. So, properties equals state plus filtering. Page body subpage the actual BVT definition. Number 4, how does this work with your Bridge Charter DB? Your Bridge Charter DB already says why success criteria constraints. It has versioning. The handoff rule. When a charter is approved or when you're refactoring, you do. Charter updates the SRT's BVT section plus updates the build checklist focus. So the charter is the decision record and the SRT is the operational truth. Number 5, what would Apple or Android do? They do exactly this. One product, iPhone, Android OS equals stable identity, many internal versions releases, documented changes, acceptance criteria for each release, definition of done, release gates, backlog items feed the release gate. In your language, Bridge SRT equals the product, Bridge charter versions design RFC history, BVT equals release gate, bricks equals backlog items shipped toward the gate, base cancels milestones/releases. Apple doesn't create a new iPhone product record for iOS 17 versus iOS 18. They keep one product, ship releases, and use gates. Final answer to your confusion, no separate BVT database, no routine bridge versioning. BVT lives inside the SSOT page as a section or subpage. Use 2-3 SOT properties only for status dashboarding. Version the charter plus the inner artifacts. WP's prompt strategies, not the bridge. If you want the exact implementation steps fast, 1. In Bridges Systems DB, add properties. BBT status select. BBT Basecamp select. BBT last review date. 2. Open Trading OS asset page. Add a top header. Bridge viability test. Basecamp 1. Add the checklist. Set BBT status not viable. Set BBT Basecamp equals 1. That's it. If you paste your current trading OS goal in one sentence, I'll write Basecamp 1 BBT in your exact.
Okay, this is how I see it in my head. Make sure I got that screenshot. And let's go from here. Can I just, bingo. Okay. So as I understand it, okay, we have bridge SSOTDB. Okay. This is, let's say, trading OS. Hypothetically, we have BVT. Okay, let's see if that's what ChatGPT is talking about here. Is this how you're suggesting to organize it? Question mark. Basically, we have a section header in the subpage of the trading operating system, period. And within that, we have the BVT section header. And we can either put a whole bunch of subpages in there to document what is the definition of done or the true criteria or what it must accomplish by that time, what makes the bridge crossable, as you have said. Stable for crossing, as you have said. Or we use toggle actions, blocks, to define where that goes. What is the BVT for that specific cycle? ... What is the most optimal way to organize this? Question mark. Mm. Mm-hmm. 1 BVT per base camp. So then why not just have a base camp database then? And in there, we can say all that information inside of the base camp? Question mark. Everything is just databases. All of this is just databases. One long fucking chain of databases. Shit. Oh boy. I've created a fucking mess. Number one, that doesn't make sense because why would you have a base camp DB after the bridge SSOT? Question mark. Why would I have a base camp DB sit after the bridge SSOT? Question mark. Shouldn't that come before bridge SSOT DB? But after the bridge charter? Question mark. Or shouldn't it just be that we just convert the bridge charter DB to just having the fucking section of what the BVT should be and just keep it real simple? And then just say this is bridge charter is basically base camp DB? Question mark. First principles, no notion yet. In the real world, you encounter a cross point. You decide what kind of crossing is needed. You decide what safe enough means to cross. You build until that condition is true. That means, conceptually, the bridge is the thing. Basecamp BVT is the minimum viable state of that thing. The charter is the decision record explaining why and how you chose this crossing. So ordering wise, the cross point. All right, this is the problem. That's the bridge intent, which is the charter, the bridge viability, and then the bridge execution, SSOT, and the bricks. Right, exactly, because I have to know what to fucking make first, right? Now let's map that to your actual system. You currently have bridge charter versioned, yes, decision oriented. Bridge SSOT DB is stable execution shell. No explicit Basecamp object yet. No explicit Basecamp object yet. No explicit Basecamp object yet. Your instinct is correct. That having a Basecamp DB after the SSOT, because it is. A Basecamp is not downstream of execution. It is a gate that execution. So you have two valid designing options. Lean recommended for you right now. Merge Basecamp BVT into the bridge charter. This is the simple and cleanest solution and matches how you're already thinking. What this means, bridge charter becomes the bridge Basecamp definition. Each charter version defines the what, the why, the intent, the constraints, the current Basecamp BV definition of safe enough. Yes. Bridge SSOT says exactly what you described. A single stable execution shell houses subpages, DBs, procedures, not version. In this model, you do not create a Basecamp DB. You do not create multiple SSOT bridges. You do the version charter when the Basecamp BVT materially changes. This is very sane. How it looks structurally. Cross point, yes. Bridge charter, yes. Purpose, scope, constraints, right. Definition, yes. That's what I'm looking for. Bridge SSOT execution shell. Yes. Basically. If later reality changes, bridge charter V2, same bridge, new Basecamp tighter BVT. Yes. That's exactly what I'm looking at. Yeah. Okay. So now I think we got that answer, right? So now let's re-upload this. Okay. Okay, so in that case then, please tell me exactly where I would put the BVT in this template. period. Relist the exact order that the BVT would go in, period. Just only do that. I realize that with ChatGPT, you have to break this down very small and very simple. And it's giving you a lot of information all at once. So now let's split the screen, Notion, and let's go to BVT. Let's open up the template. Now this is the issue with this, and this is where it gets really irritating. I am noticing that you are not giving me the exact text, which is not what I asked you for. Period. Pay very careful attention to what I'm asking you. Period. And this is where I get really upset and frustrated. I'm not asking you to innovate anything, comma. I'm telling you to give me a precise transcription of each H1 and put that H1 and give me the proper order with where the BVT should go. Okay. And let's see here, because this might be up. Right, and then you get that issue right there. You are not following instructions, period. I told you to transcribe only the section headers and tell me where the BVT goes, period. This is where I really have to just focus on breathing and being very, very peaceful and calm. And this is where I have to realize and surrender to my limitations as a human. These are my limitations of being human. Okay, what's the difference between outcome / definition of done and BVT then? Okay, so if that's the case, then the bridge viability test has to be the replacement then. Right. is deliberately anti-perfectionist. Right. It's never done. Fuck. Okay, then does it make sense to have a definition of done/outcome when we should have just a BVT? Question mark. Right, perfectionist trap. The clean move, replace outcome with BVT. Okay, great. Done. That's all I needed right there. Okay. Rewrite this then for me, but for the BVT. But for the BVT. Okay. So that's the only refinement then that I would make here then in this case. Define what crossable means in binary observable terms. The minimum conditions that must be true for the bridge to reliably carry your weight and cross the cross and close the cross point capabilities, outputs, da, 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 da. Okay, cool. Great. That was it. All right, so now we have that bridge charter updated. Okay. That's a fucking joke. Excuse me. All right, now let's scroll back up and let's figure this out here. Okay. Okay, now let's come back full circle here, back to the original thing, which is to plan this upcoming 4-week deep work cycle and what must be true. Okay? So right now, there's a problem. And the problem is my deep work is basically fucked. My deep work system is fucked. And I need to get it unfucked as soon as possible in the quickest way possible. Period. I already have a deep work operating system, as we have already discussed. And what's coming to me very strongly right now is, yes, I understand the matter of depth, but I also understand the power of consistency. So perhaps it is during this time, maybe at least for this stage of my life or whatever, where my deep work, instead of being 3 days a week, is daily for 2 hours. And that would include weekends as well. So maybe just like 2 hours, I just get into the habit of just, doing the reps and just doing these workouts, right? So if I treat it like working out, then maybe that's what I want to do. Maybe that's where I want to go, the direction I want to go in. And in terms of the bricks that I'm shipping, so that way I can get back into the process of doing this, at least for right now, maybe it makes the most sense to do shorter sessions and just do it daily, as opposed to deeper, longer sessions and just a few times a week. At least this is where I am psychologically or mentally right now, before I can get really back into the zone, period. And I think that regardless of the brick, regardless whether it's a micro brick or a macro brick or whatever, the brick itself is the one thing that I'm shipping, period. And in my understanding, let's say if it's printing out a working procedure, that could be a brick. Or refactoring a working procedure, that could be a brick. Or having a bridge charter created, that could be perhaps a brick too. I don't know. But if we look at the context of the whole idea with the live streaming, you know, someone could even say that this is me shipping a brick because I'm showing my work, period. So that's, I think that could be very subjective, because Seth, Godin, comma, for his work, he writes a blog post every day. And even if he doesn't feel like fucking doing it, or if he doesn't write a masterpiece, he's still shipping one thing a day, and he's posting and he's publishing that, period. You get what I'm saying? Unless I'm completely wrong about my understanding about this and I don't know what he does, period. But from what I understand, his shipping, his idea of shipping is to produce one thing. And it could be even just a few lines or a few sentences, or it can be maybe he has a whole bunch to say, but he still ships, period. Am I right about this? Am I wrong about this? And how should I be looking at this now? There you see, and this is where I misdid it. I missed fucking time this. This is where I mistimed this. So I think for me at this stage, I may just follow the Marie Forleo guidance or wisdom and just say, hey, you know what, 2 hours. Just one fucking little thing, 2 hours, and let that add up. Let that add up over time. All right. You're basically right about Seth. Comes out every day. His blog comes out every day and notes he has thousands of posts. He also advocates daily blogging as a habit that's clarifying and useful even if no one reads it. And his ship your work framing is exactly what you described. Ship something good enough, then improve. So your interpretation is solid. Shipping can be small. The power is consistency plus contact with reality, not masterpieces. Now, plan the upcoming 4-week cycle to unfuck Deep Work OS. Treat Deep Work OS as the active bridge for this cycle. Yes. Active crosspoint right now. Deep Work consistency is broken. You can't reliably ship bricks. Everything else stalls. Bridge for this cycle. Deep Work OS re-entry bridge. Restore consistency plus retrieval restart in 3 minutes. BVT for this 4-week cycle. What must be true? By the end of week 3, before deload, all are true. Daily rep rhythm established. You shipped 1 brick a day for 18 of 21 days, includes weekends. Re-entry kit exists. Printed, findable. A single start here page that reboots you in 3 minutes. Okay, cool. Brick closeout is non-negotiable. Every brick ends with a 10 to 12 minute closeout. What changed, where it lives, next brick. Next brick is locked. Next bridge is locked. You have one active next bridge like Trading OS Basecamp 1 with its BVT written and linked. Okay. Right. So a bridge charter then is like a summary of everything that I'm going to do for that period of time. And my whole cadence is off. Yep. So that's really definitely not going to work for me, because I do my best to think much deeper about things. And we're just going to start this again. I do my best to think as deeply as I can about things and why I'm doing something before I even do it now at this stage of my life. Like I've had too much of this fucking doing stuff, but it's like, okay, where am I going? You can build, but where are you going? By the end of week 3, before deload, all are true. What week are we on here? Yeah, this is already week 1 of this new cycle here. So week 4 is basically where I want to think, I think, or no deep work, I don't know. All right. Okay. BVT for this 4-week cycle, what must be true? End of week 3. 3, 6, 9, 12. By the end of week 3, before deload, all are true. Daily rep rhythm established. You shipped 1 brick a day for 18 of 21 days. Re-entry kit exists, printed and findable. Brick closeout is non-negotiable. Every brick ends with a 10 to 12 minute closeout. Right? Bridge is locked. Okay. Right? You have 1 active next bridge like Trading OS with this BBT written and linked. Week by week execution is simple. Week 1 boot sequence. Okay, help me understand this part. Period. So, GODIN ships something every single day, right? Question mark. Or am I wrong about that? Question mark. New line, new line. If he ships something every single day, but he doesn't have a definition of why he's doing it, you know? Maybe it's just building a body of work. That's not my case. My case is get a result, not necessarily build a body of work. How would I, or how should I think about it to where if I'm trying to build a body of work, I don't know what the right word is exactly, but it's like, in terms of like avoiding burnout and playing the long game here and shipping consistently, period. ... In terms of shipping consistently, what am I looking to do to maintain that overall peak performance state? Question mark. Because, for all of this, I could just be fucking manually trading then. Period. But if I'm really going to go the distance and say I'm going to build the system that's going to just trade for me on autopilot, then I could just be like, how long is this going to take to be doing this? Period. So if you look at the screenshot, I have this idea in my head, like, okay, if I have 3 weeks on for deep work, what is going to consist of the deep work? What is the deep work going to consist of? Question mark. If I have, let's say, a LifeOS weekly debrief meeting, question mark, does that now move to being every 4th week, where basically for that 4th week, I just meet with myself 1 hour every 2 days and I just plan on that 4th week? You get what I'm saying? Question mark. So like if you look at okay, now it's coming into focus here. My thoughts. This is where like I have to keep going through this process of like just speaking out loud and showing my images and showing what I think and then just getting it like more fine-tuned. If you look at the image that I just drew, we basically have me I'm supposing this is a base camp. And like as I walk through my path in life, I approach this cross point. So now every base camp maybe could be like just a step or two before I hit a cross point, basically, where this is like my save point, I suppose, or this is where I'm like getting myself relaxed and recovered, right? So could I think about base camp in terms of our 4-week deep work cycle, that my base camp is this resting point where I'm supposed to recover? Question mark. And if that's the case, then would I hit base camp every 4th week? Question mark. Does that make sense? Question mark. Or am I completely off on how I should be approaching this? Question mark. And this is another problem of mine that I have to fix now. I cannot be thinking, oh, I'm just going to fill the time and just stop at 12 o'clock. Maybe I can get it done sooner and I'm just fucking taking too much time with this, because if I'm also going to be, creating content and doing a podcast and things like this, I gotta get this shit going. I got to get this going. And I definitely am going to need, I have to have cash. I have to have cash. You have to have cash to do this. If I want to broadcast the message of love and healing, it's still going to require resources, human resources, AI resources, cash, time, energy to shift consciousness.
You're not wrong about Seth shipping daily. You're just missing the why behind it. Tasher 1. What ship daily actually means in Seth's world. Seth's daily shipping is a practice, not a project plan. It builds the identity. I am someone who ships. It builds the muscle, finishing without drama. It builds the surface area, more chances for useful work to land. He's optimizing for a body of work plus connection with reality. You're optimizing for a crossing, financial cross point. Different game. So your version of ship daily must be ship daily toward an explicit gate, your BVT, not ship anything. Hanner 2, the correct translation for you. Your daily shipping is not content, it's structural viability. So the rule becomes ship one brick day that increases the probability the active BVT becomes true. If the brick doesn't move the BVT, it's noise. That gives you Seth level consistency without aimlessness. Data 3 base camp versus week 4 you're drawing. You're mixing two things that feel similar but are different. Base camp in your system. A base camp was a viability milestone. It's
Okay. Base camp is a viability milestone. It's when a specific BVT is satisfied and you can stand there safely. Okay, cool.
when a specific BVT is satisfied and you can stand there safely. Base camp equals crossable threshold reached. It can take one cycle or multiple cycles. It is earned, not scheduled.
Okay.
Week 4, deload. Week 4 is a recovery/spin, resupply, reorientation week. It's scheduled. It's about keeping the traveler healthy and the map accurate. Week 4 is rest plus zoom outs compiles audit. It is scheduled, not earned. So week 4 is not a base camp. Week 4 is a camp week that prevents collapse between base camps.
Okay.
Your drawing is directionally right. You walk, you hit terrain, you need crossing. Just label it like this. Week 4 equals camp plus forecast. Base camp equals BVT passed. What do the 3 build weeks consist of? Only 2 things. 1, daily brick shipping. 2 hours, 1 brick. Brick must move the active BVT. 2, daily closeout, 10 to 12 men. What changed, where it lives, next brick. That's the entire engine. Everything else.
What do the 3 build weeks consist of? Only 2 things. Daily brick shipping, 2 hours, 1 brick. Brick must move the active BVT. Right. So the bridge viability test is that. It's got to be that. Daily closeout. What changed? That's the entire engine. Everything else, planning, refactoring, dot cleanup is only allowed if it supports the active BVT. Your fear. If I build autopilot, how long will it take? This is exactly why BVT Basecamp. You're building Basecamp 1 viability. First crossing, then Basecamp 2, then Basecamp 3. Basecamp 1 is 15 to 25 bricks. At 1 brick a day, that's often 3 to 5 weeks. Automation scaling is later base camps, not the first crossing. This removes the I'll be doing this forever panic. You're navigating milestones. What about weekly debriefs? Yes, zoom out into week 4. Okay, good. Fuck. Thank God. Yeah, I agree with that at this stage now. No more weekly debriefs. Instead, it's a zoom out every 4th week. Clean implementation, weeks 1 to 3, no heavy zoom out beyond a 5 to 10 minute end of session closeout. The real traveler forecast work is week 4. Week 4, cadence, suggestion, 3 sessions, 45 to 60 minutes every other day, audit what's happened, what's drifted, That keeps you from over planning during build weeks. Seth shifts daily to stay in motion and build a body work. You ship daily to make a BVT become true and cause a real gap. Okay, great. Now that's coming into more focus. And the next thing that I would say is that perhaps I really do ritualize deep work at this stage of my journey and just think, even on week 4, even if it's a rest week, I basically just keep the sessions short. Let me just keep the sessions very short. And I'm not sure, but I think that's how like a Kobe Bryant was working. Even though he did maybe a lot of hours a day, I think maybe he had time, like little short durations, Like how would a LeBron James or a Kobe Bryant be structuring their practices or their workouts, so that they can prepare for those big games? Were they doing 4 hours a day at one time? Or were they doing like an hour and a half taking a break, coming back for another hour and a half, taking a break, coming back for another hour and a half, taking a break, so on and so forth, etc. Question mark. Question mark. New line, new line. So that's where I am right now, is I'm wondering if I should just say, okay, let me just show up every day, even on week 4, and just basically plan and get my thoughts out of, and just have like a cadence or like a routine of what I have to look at every week 4 when I do a zoom out and I reorient and I get my compass and all that stuff in alignment. Like, what do I have to really work on? And I think instead of just having like a, you know, every new day, a new EFT topic, or every week a new EFT topic, let me just work on something for a month and really make sure that I have a good BVT, for example. BVT, for example. Because as long as I have that, then I think that my structure is going to be much more well-defined. And if I have a much more well-defined structure, now I'm able to logistically get that traction and that momentum. And maybe for me, it looks like, you know, once every 4 weeks, you know, I get a Zoom out and I get a meeting, and that's how we work our system here, versus just doing more shorter things. Maybe it helps me to look out longer, you know, and look at more long-term horizon, more long game. Maybe looking at things week by week is too short term. Maybe it's playing the short game, and maybe I want to be playing the long game by looking at it from the month perspective. Period. So, having said all that, when should I be doing my meetings and things like this? Because before it was like I had week 4 completely off just to recover and not think about things. And then when I came back week 1, it was now do planning and all that stuff and then executing. Versus now I'm kind of wondering if I should just keep just 1 week worth of planning and then work on shipping bricks for the remaining 3 weeks. Period. So my deep work would basically consist of even in week 4. Period. Or is that not advisable? Question mark. Got to take a toilet break. Be right back. Okay.
You're thinking about this the right way. Ritual plus reps plus recovery. The only trap is turning week 4 into a stealth build week that keeps your nervous system permanently loaded. About Kobe LeBron style training, the useful takeaway. I can't responsibly claim their exact schedules without looking it up, but the performance principle is clear and stable across elite training. High performance is built with repeated high quality reps separated by real recovery. That usually looks like shorter, high intensity blocks, often 60 to 90 minutes with breaks, not one endless grind. So your instinct, short sessions, consistent cadence, is aligned with how pros sustain output. Should you do deep work in week 4? Yes, but redefine what deep work means in week 4. Week 4 should be low intensity, high leverage, map compass work, not bricklaying heavy execution. Think of week 4 as camp, forecast, plus equipment check, playbook review. The rule of 3, ship Brita 3s, BVT progress. Week 4, protect the system, reorient, compile, repair, decide. If you ship bricks hard in week 4, you lose the whole point of deload and you eventually snap again. The meeting cadence that fits your new monthly long game. Here's the clean structure. Daily, 10 to 12 men. Brick closeout, what changed, where it lives, next brick. Weekly, 15 to 25 men, once per week. Mini compass check. Are we still on the right bridge? Is the BVT still the right gate? Any drift signals? Keep it short. No refactors unless urgent. Monthly, week 4, the real meeting with yourself. Do 3 sessions, 45 to 60 minutes, every other day. Session 1, review and drift. What bricks shipped? What broke? Friction. What's missing in documentation? Session 2, reorient to confirm a cross point, confirm next bridge, right adjust BVT, basecamp gate. Session 3, plan next cycle, pick the one active BVT for weeks 1 to 3. Preload the first 5 bricks so day 1 is automatic. That's your month perspective without losing momentum. What to do on week 4 days so you still show up. If you want a daily ritual even in week 4, good idea psychologically, do this. 20-45 minutes max. Printing, exporting, indexing. Updating start here pages. Cleaning relations so retrieval is instant. Writing BVT charter notes. 0 heavy execution, 0 new architectures. You still show up. You still keep the identity, but you deload the cognitive load. Your best move now, adopt this operating law. Weeks 1 to 3 equals 2 hours day. 1 brick day toward the active BVT week 4 equals 20 to 60 mins per day. System maintenance plus 3 real review sessions. That gives you set style consistency, athlete style recovery, and your traveler map clarity. If you tell me whether you want daily 2H including weekends or 6 days a week with 1 full off day, I'll lock the exact 4-week calendar, what happens on which day, in a Notion-ready template.
Okay, let's make one more refinement here. And basically, here's how we're going to do a deep work cycle now moving forward is every day, same time, 2 hours maximum for week 3. For those 3 initial weeks, period. Week 4 is going to be a deload. So basically, recovery week. But we're still going to meet and we're still going to talk and generate ideas and see where we want to go here. And basically, we want to reduce by 50% our time. So maybe even just that 1 hour. And we're just getting the ideas and we're really sticking to it, period. Deep work bricks then should be 2 hours max per day. And should be 7 days a week because I need to keep that consistency now at this stage, period. The 7th day, however, is going to be like a like a quick, like, okay, what didn't I do this week? Reorient, and that'll be on a Sunday. Saturday, because Saturday is family day and I'm not going to have a lot of time. So it's just going to have to be very simple for now, period. So every day I should be looking to ship something, and it should not have to take me a full 2 hours, period. It should only have to take me however long it takes me, but also if it takes me longer, okay, fine. But really the maximum is 2 hours here. And that's all I'm really looking to achieve here at this stage, period. And the brick has to be simple enough to where it's shippable in that 2 hour time span as a human, period. It has to be movable in that specific time span, period. Instead of 3 review sessions, for those review sessions on week 4, we should be looking at the compass. We should be giving ourselves time to take psychedelics and note those insights. And we should also be giving ourselves time to just review what we did, right? So there's always that PEA system: plan, execute, assess, that we had before. We need to be able to look at what we did, what worked, what didn't work, etc., and then move on from there, basically, period. What do you think about this? Question mark. Can you audit and grade out of 100% if this is long game worthy? Question mark. Okay, so considering that this was pretty much the deep work session and all the other things that I had wanted to do were not good, we're not done. I got to be able to at least put Hema's line for the OBS and put the input with the stream, with the mute on the stream deck. And that'll happen probably off camera. Oh, fuck. Grade out of 100 currently.
This is long game worthy, with 2 adjustments to keep it sustainable and prevent week 4 from turning into stealth burnout. Grade out of 100, 88-100 long game worthy. Why it scores high: daily reps rebuild consistency fast. You're in rehab plus strength mode. 2 hour hard cap forces shippable bricks and prevents spiral. Week 4 deload preserves nervous system and avoids the snap you experienced. Saturday micro reorient is smart, keeps identity's compass without stealing family day. PA loop, plan, execute, assess is exactly how you keep the system alive. What knocks it down from 100 and how to fix it? 1. 7 days week at full intensity is risky. Even with 2 hours, 7 straight days can quietly rebuild fatigue and make you dread the ritual. Fix. Keep 7 days, but define 2 modes. Build days. Monfry plus Sun. Up to 120 men. Ship a real brick. Family day micro reorient. Sat 15 to 30 men max. No new work. Just what shipped? What's next brick? Is the active BVT still correct? This keeps consistency without pretending Saturday is a work day. #2. Week 4 must not become planning disguised as building. Week 4 is where people relapse into refactors, new DBs, big ideas, rebuilding the whole OS fix. Make week 4 a 50% time deload plus scope deload. Week 4 allowed work 1 hour. Compass review, BVT review edit, compile print, drift audit. Choose next cycle's active BVT plus preload first 3 bricks. Week 4 forbidden. New architectures, big refactors, I should rebuild notion, heavy execution. The BVT for your deep work cycle, so it's not vibes. For weeks 1 to 3, your deep work OS reentry BVT should be ship 1821 bricks. Count Saturday as micro if needed. Every brick ends with 10-minute closeout. Start here reentry page exists plus printed. One active bridge plus its Basecamp BVT is written and linked. If those are true, you've crossed the deep work is fucked cross point. Final grade if you apply the 2 fixes 96-100 long game worthy. One line to anchor this. Show up daily, ship daily, deload weekly, Saturday, and monthly, week 4. If you want, I'll format this into a Notion-ready 4-week cycle template with daily brick card, Saturday micro reorient script, week 4 review agenda, 3 sessions.
Let's put that in my quote DB. Today we got the Tony Robbins. Show up daily, ship daily, deload weekly. Okay. Okay, so here would be my checklist then, or my outline, my rhythm, basically, so to speak. Which brings me to the other conjunction thing with this. Colon, new line, new line. Sunday through Friday equals 2-hour deep work from 8 to 10 a.m. Or perhaps even from 7 to 9 a.m. or perhaps even from 6 to 8 a.m. so that it's just done and there's no thinking about it, right? And there's no issues here. And life doesn't get in the way, basically. Period. And then afterwards, I can probably work out and then create content. And I can create the shorts and then I can, build the stories and have fun, etc. Because that's more fun to me as well. And doing the systems work is getting very mentally tiring for me. And it's been on my heart to share this message of love and healing, and I want to do that. So I want to create these stories and have fun creating stories and things like this. And deep work would be like, it has to be done. It's non-negotiable work that has to be done long-term, period. To keep my life organized, basically, period. And help me get to true north, period. So Sunday through Friday, 2-hour deep work max. Something that moves the needle, because I can create very easy short stories that's very operational and that's very repetitive, and using AI and AI software, it's just, creating the script, reading it, and then, doing all that publishing work with AI, period. So Sunday through Friday, 2 hours, let's say from 8 to 10 a.m., period. 2 solid hours. No distractions, no nothing. Period. Because Saturday is family day. And as of right now, since Soraya is not with us, we have to go to these visitation centers. To see her. So that's already very distracting for me. Period. New line. Saturday will be the day I do a very quick, okay, this is what we did for the week, and this is where we have to recalibrate, etc. Week 4 is recovery week, and my output drops by 50 to 75%. And let's say 75%. So instead of a 2-hour deep work cycle, it's really just a 30-minute. But I show up at the same time and I just give myself the habit of just looking over things. And instead of just having 3 review sessions a week, I just give myself to look at one thing. Or I look at, let's say, the True North, and I just spend a couple of minutes looking at that. And then the next session or the next day, I look at Compass, or I look at something else, and I can just say, okay, this is where we need to go, so that by the end of the week, I say, okay, this is where we've been, and this is where we need to go now. Period. Does that make sense? Question mark. And in terms of the base camp, we're saying that once the bridge viability test is good to go, we cross that cross point officially, we're at the next base camp. Is this what we're saying? Is that the definition of when we go from base camp 1 to base camp 2 until we reach True North? Question mark. Okay, so if that's the case, I'm going to lock that in right now, actually. And we're going to say here, lunch. And deep work. Start deep work. BVT, bridge viability test. What must be true for the bridge to carry your weight? Minimum crossable state. The stable state you arrive at after you pass the BVT. Okay. Mm-hmm. Do base camps go? Base camp? Yes, but with one important detail, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. The definition of moving from base camp 1 is simply you pass the BVT for base camp 2. That's it. No extra theory needed. Weeks 1 to 3. Your structure written in one tight statement. Yes. Okay, good. So at least now we have that. So that's locked in. Okay. If you want, I'll turn this into a single notion 4-week cycle page. Okay. Okay. Okay, great. So now what I need is essentially a template, a generic dummy template according to these rules and what you just said, so that should some fuckery happen again in the outer world, I can print this out and I have this as a hard copy that I can reference forever, for as long as I have this specific type of work schedule. Period. So it needs to be able to print as like a checklist manifesto where you give me a template of starting with the definitions and like a description and about / TLDR section at the very top. Again, keeping it very tight and very straight to the point, comma, followed by what the 4-week menu / deep work cycle would look like, according to what we just said here. Said here. ... Okay, this was actually very, very helpful and good. And it was helpful to have focus music on, and I feel a lot better. This is for me becoming so important. It's become so important. Before I was the type of person years ago where it's like, fuck, I don't want to work, I want to retire. Now I'm thinking to myself, man, I want to do meaningful work and I want to really move this fucking needle here. Let's move this needle. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now let's... Oh man, we gotta clear that mess of fuck. Okay. Right. No. Mm-hmm. Right. Nope. That's now obsolete. 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 Oh, wait. That's necessary. Fuck. Restart iPhone. Restart iPhone. right. Yes. Mm-hmm. Fuck, I don't know. Okay. Let's say I want ChatGPT to give me a better outline. Let's say here, I don't fucking know. I don't know right now. Okay, you know what? Let's actually ask that question here. Man, fuck. Okay, well, here's where I am right now. And I think my brain is kind of already now done here. Fuck. Yeah, that's where it gets frustrating right now. Cause it takes some time, but you know what? I also have to be. I got to be very gentle with myself, I guess, at this stage, because you know this was a couple of months where I haven't looked at this. I was getting so much anxiety looking at computer and all these things that oh, that's the deep work bell. Oh, interesting. Damn, it is frustrating.
Okay, it doesn't have to be perfect, just good enough. Nope, not worth it. Good enough. All right, so let's recap that. What happened here today? So what happened here today was, let's write the daily debrief. Okay. Make me a 3-sentence maximum daily debrief recap of what we accomplished here today and whether or not this was needle moving. Long game. For the long game. Okay, now that's the next turn, right? Let's share the screen. And now let's recap this deep work here. That's the thing, man. As I've gotten older, it's like I'm thinking more. And I don't know if that's the right thing sometimes, you know? Fuck. Boy. Let's copy this. That's good. Did my actions move the needle? Question mark. Can you grade out of 100% how effective was today's deep work session? Question mark. That might even be a prompt as well. Okay, cool. Mm-hmm. Please tighten this up as a prompt so that way I can just copy and paste it to you. And you give me that same exact output that you just gave me. Period. Yeah, there's a lot of steps to this.
Oh, man. Mess. Mm-hmm. Okay, I gotta revisit this. Let's revisit this one here. Can I not share this thing? No. Okay. Let's go back here. Let's close this out. And let's go to the daily debrief. Right, this is what I did today. Mm-hmm. What's the one thing you're going to do? Right? Right, I already know that. That's going to come on the 30th. Well, it's not going to be tomorrow. All right, well, that's the deep work of today. It's a process to get back into it. But I think that's the same thing like with, working out anyway. And that's what I'm choosing to surrender to. It is what it is. Do I wish I could do more? Do I wish I could, be faster? Absolutely, 100%. I think giving myself just 2 hours to really solidify and work on one thing is good. Tomorrow, for sure, I have to print out, right? Tomorrow is definitely print out deep work template. That's like non-negotiable right now. So I just have to make sure that I print that out. Right now, I'm gonna give myself the opportunity to, There you go. I'm gonna give myself the opportunity to just have fun with this one. Three seconds is good. Let's go here to the prompter and there we go. Okay. Time for some fun here. Let's get a little bit of fun action here. Far away, at the bottom of the world where the ice stretches farther than the eye can see, there lives a group of emperor penguins. Every year without fail, something incredible happens. The ocean freezes, the wind grows louder, and the penguins begin to walk. They don't walk a few steps. They don't walk a few miles. They walk more than 70 miles across solid ice. Why? Because that is where life begins. You see, deep inland, far from predators and crashing waves, is the only place safe enough for their babies to be born. What's remarkable is this: no penguin is in charge, no penguin carries a map, no penguin gives orders, yet every single one knows exactly what to do. They move together, they rest together, they take turns breaking the wind. When one penguin grows tired, another quietly steps in. This is not chaos. This is not luck. This is a system. Over thousands of years, penguins learned something simple and powerful. Survival doesn't depend on strength alone, it depends on structure. Their system tells them when to leave, where to go, how to conserve energy, and how to protect the next generation. You could call it their penguin operating system. When conditions change, the system adapts. When storms arrive, the system holds. When life is fragile, the system protects it. And because they follow their system every year, every season, life continues. That's the lesson of the penguins. Not willpower, not motivation, but alignment. A system strong enough to carry you even when the journey is long, the cold is harsh, and the future depends on getting it right. And that is a very, very simple content workflow. And all I have to do now is just figure that part out, get the script going, and from there, I can mass produce content. And that's going to be my goal. My goal is to mass produce a whole bunch of shorts for the month of February. So it's either going to be Descript or in video to do that, unless there's another option here. And I just have to work through this. All right, that was a process, but